Hello, and welcome to Sakramoyu, and let's get started with today's read-through. I returned home from Nana-chan's place. By the time I did, Haru had returned long ago. It seems that I stayed at Nana-chan's place for too long. My meal was prepared on the table in the inner parlor. The plate served with croquette was wrapped with plastic and placed there. I might have something. What? I might have something to say to Haru. I need to apologize tomorrow. I'm guessing, so. I just ate couple men with Nana-chan a while ago. Even then, the croquette of various sizes that Haru and Toya made looked very, very tasty. I ate the pork miso soup that Asahi-san reheated completely.
今夜は7時間くらいかな。大河には頑張ってもらったし、少しくらいズルをしても許されるはずだよな。悪いけど大河、後で夜の時間を調整しておいてほしい。
Asahi-san tells me while putting the dishes away, to which I respond, understood, I'll do that. I entered the opuro, after Toya and Asahi-san. I changed into the pajamas and go towards my bedroom, while drying my hair with a bed towel. A small and dark room. I press the switch with a click. As I do, light illuminates it, exposing it. Oh, that's an interesting room. Clocks. Many clocks are lined up, adoring the small room. It was filled with the sounds of their hands moving. Many clocks are put up on the wall. Not just wall clocks, there are grandfather clocks, pocket watches suspended from the wall as well. There are antique wristwatches inside as well. All kinds of clocks were there. Simple ones that eliminate everything pointless, even the numbers. Magnificent ones embedded with jewels. And many ones that a few self-proclaimed genius artists has made, wrapping them in a way they liked. I took a clock from the ones that had numbers in my hand. A small golden pocket watch. I will now cheat it a bit. I rotated the hands of the clock in my hand, in the direction of going back in time. The time of this room? No. The time of the shop nearly stops just as long as I move the hand back. So just 7 hours later, time will start moving. Then I set the bell to ring. It is an alarm. 7 hours later, clocks in the room will clamor simultaneously, just like the arrival of a storm. I click the button of the pocket watch, and then time stops. What stops is only time itself. The time of living beings continue to flow. It is Maho that Asahi-san created. I'm a bit tired tonight. I fought the Akumu and visited the Yorus, Chichai Kami-sama. It was late into the night before I knew it. It's almost morning. too late to get enough sleep if I go to bed, but since I bring my body into the Yume, I sometimes adjust time like this. I like how they explain how the hell he still goes to school despite having, he does a lot of things in the night, in the yoru. The Mahotsukai at the yoru constructed the singularity, the gateway between night, day, and yoru. The Yume no Nedoko. Here you can adjust the flow of time very slightly, just a bit. However, that is an act of defying nature, so Asai-san, the Mahotsukai, calls this adjustment a cheat, and does not think of it as a good thing. After manipulating the pocket watch, I put it back in its place. I dim the lights of the room to their lowest. Only the orange light of a miniature light bulb remain, and then I lie down on the bed. His room is the clock room. I pull out my ketai and look at its display. An old foldable one, a so-called feature phone. This is the first time I heard a cell phone called a feature phone. Different from the smartphone that I usually use. Any device having the number of the cell phone saved will always connect when called, no matter how far they are. That's the kind of maho it has. I click and operate it. There are only 3 contacts saved. Himukai Asahi, Uyutsuki Toya, and Kuro. I open Kuro's contact. Just by pressing the call button, the call will transmit, but I hesitate a bit. I'm afraid. What would I do if it didn't connect? What would I do if I get ignored? Well, whatever. I smile forcibly. Something like that has never happened before, except when she was gone somewhere far away. I press the call button. As I do, the ringtone starts ringing. The usual electronic sound. I am impatiently waiting for the sound to stop. If the 3-minute wait for making kapumen is a happy thing, then this standby time seems to be the exact opposite. Finally, the ringtone stops. The receiver pressed the call button. Hello? I call out. Can you hear me? Can I talk to you right now? It is fine. Is it fine? She doesn't respond. However, I definitely felt her presence. That's why I continue talking without concern. Kuro, where are you right now? Nah, Kuro. Don't tell me. I feel slight anxiety in the silence. Don't tell me, Kuro. You are not alone at some dangerous place, right? Kuro? I call out to her many times, but she does not respond. Not at all. Silence keeps filling my heart. I stopped talking too. I suddenly became worried, anxious as well. Kuro, my dear best friend. She unexpectedly disappears at times without even telling where she is going. And then, as I think that I might not be able to see you again, I become worried and worried, anxious and anxious. It becomes unbearable. Then she suddenly returns, as if nothing ever happened. I wonder if this silence is, again, a sign of you going away somewhere. And that, at some point, on some day, I might really not be able to see you again. I want you to drown my fear out with your voice. That's why I call out to you. I repeat and call your name. Kuro. But in the end, Kuro doesn't say anything. Silence again. Was what I thought about.
危ないのは
Muttering.
危ないのはタイガ君の方だよ
Her tiny little voice gradually resounded in my mind.
どういうつもりであんなこと
What thing?
言わなくても分かってるはずだよ、タイガ。
You say with a sigh.
またあんな無茶をして、そういう話をしているんだけど。
Her voice sounded a bit angry.
タイガ、苦しそうだった。血がいっぱいだった。夜の中でも気をつけないと君は死ぬんだ。それなのに。
なんで you say.
それなのにどうしてタイガ、どうして君は無茶なことばかりをするの。
Almost
死にたがっているみたいだよ。
as if you are looking at your past self, she says.
ねえタイガ、ちゃんと聞いてる？
This time she repeats and calls out to me.
タイガ、
Yep, I'm listening. I'm listening to you.
タイガ、あのね、
Huh?
タイガはもうそういうことはしない子になったと思ってたんだよ。私が勝手に期待していただけだって、そう言われてしまったらそれまでだけど。
Gomen. I apologize sincerely. I knew the future with the power I borrowed from Toya. Fuyutsuki Toya. Her power as a special cat is that a person can see their future exactly for the amount of time her lips touch to them. So I wasn't really aiming for that kind of thing that you thought. Even then, I apologize. Gomen. Honto no gomen. I didn't mean to make you worry, Kuro. I was simply desperate to break through that situation that I was cornered into. That was the only thing in my mind.
心配なんて。
Kuro?
タイガのこと心配なんて、そんなこと。
She is awkwardly pouting. She is definitely making the face on the other side of the call. That, what it seemed. I have no idea where. I have no idea. What the hell? I have no idea. I have no idea where she connected to my call from, but that place definitely isn't that far. Surprisingly, she might be right nearby. At least for now. Seeing you. You who becomes a bit more honest than usual when on the call. Kuro. Kuro. I have a request. I want to apologize directly if possible. I want to say that I'm sorry. Not on the phone. Talking to you on the phone, I thought of saying, I want to see you. I want to meet you, Kuro. Where are you right now? Once again, feeling slightly spoiled.
ダメ。
That single word of rejection stabbed inside my heart in pain. I see. No, huh?
だって私が泣いちゃうし。
I asked her in return to her awkward voice. Cry? Kuro,
私タイガの前でたくさん泣いちゃったし。
she sniffles. I felt as if I heard such a presence.
見られた。
Huh?
タイガに見られた。泣いてるところ見られた。だからダメ。電話じゃないと話せない。タイガと会えない。会いたくない。とってもすっごく恥ずかしいから。
I saw Kuro's crying face before my memories cut off. Remembering about it, I say, Kuro,
何？
you know, Kuro, when you talk on the phone like this, you really do become somewhat honest. I wanted to say that again. When we talk like this, you become talkative, I'm really happy. That's why I want to talk more with you. A lot more. As my words continued, I curtailed my smothering heart. If I tell my true feelings easily, then Kuro might not continue tonight's call anymore. It's because I thought that.
電話になると何？
Kuro is tilting her head on the other side of the call. I distinctly imagined.
私は大河と電話で話すときどうなるの？
No, it's, nothing. Don't worry about it.
なんだか
Kuro smiled on the other side. I feel it.
なんだか大河に恥ずかしいこと考えられてるような気がするよ。
And then she is pouting. I imagine her doing that. Yeah, well, you're right. That might be true, I laugh, and turn over on the bed. For some reason, I didn't know why, but I couldn't sleep well. It was considerably busy tonight. I wonder if experiencing danger to your life is just something considerable. Anyways, I was mentally and physically tired. Even if I searched for a reason to not fall asleep, I wouldn't find one. This day was that tiring. Even then, I can't fall asleep. Time slowly goes on, disappearing. At this rate, I'll have to spend adjusted 7 hours keenly waiting for the footsteps of drowsiness.
大河
Suddenly, you call my name. Can't sleep, you ask me. I can't, I respond. Nah, Kuro.
うん
There's something I'm really curious about.
何？
Did I do my best today?
ベスト？それはどういうこと？
Well, you know,
何？
many things happened today, but I was wondering if I could have done things better. No. Wasn't it necessary for me to do things more skillfully? If it was him, he would have probably done better. Not me right here, but him. The Yusha that everyone looked up to. Why am I thinking something this stupid? I sigh from my heart. I can't sleep because I keep thinking about such things. I understand that very well. I should be understanding it. It just wouldn't stop. Rapping and whining. The Yoro Denj thoughts won't stop. I think.
うん
I hear your sincere, gentle voice of agreement.
大河は何を思うの？
That drowsiness probably hates pessimistic people. The drowsiness that brings pleasant sleep is like a small girl at the height of wanting to play together inside Yume. So she looks away if you keep thinking gloomy things. Definitely. Yeah. And then it becomes even harder to sleep. To get the drowsiness at the height of her naughtiness, to like you probably need to keep thinking only fun things.
うん
After a short silence,
そうだね。
that might be true, she says as if to whisper.
大河の睡魔についての話はよくわからないけど、人の心はそういう風にできているみたいだから。
That way?
うん、そうだよ。ベッドの中で難しいことばかりを考えるから、どうしても眠れなくなってしまう。そういう生き物、それが人間。
Well, that might be true.
私はおバカだから、上手に言えないかもだけど。
After a short silence, she says,
人の心は複雑だし、難解だし、厄介だし、繊細なんだよ。タイガー、君は多分誰よりもずっと、それはきっと優しいタイガだけのキラキラの宝物だって私はね思うけど、だけどそれはとっても重たくて時々トゲトゲしていて 痛いんだ。だから君はきっと誰より大変なんだね。
As expected, she says that to me with an exhausted tone.
だから楽しいことだけを数えよう。今日あったこと、明日あるかもしれないこと。
That's just like back then.
そう、
Both of us. Together.
そうだよ。一緒に。
Just like looking up at the stars at the night sky. You said in a slightly embarrassed voice. That's why I closed my eyes. I promise everyone
どんな約束？
that we will assemble tomorrow, buy sweets, and go see the flowers.
そうなんだ。
Yeah, that's what it is. I nod. We can buy up to 300 yen of sweets. We're going to have a contest on who buys them most proficiently.
それはとてもすごく楽しそうだね。
I suddenly felt that you smiled. But Hio-chan, Hiyori, definitely wants the sweets more than the flowers. If I'm careless, she will probably eat all of my sweets as well. As I imagined such a tomorrow, I grinned for some reason. Imagining the time that I would reach just by looking above myself rather than the distant future is very, very difficult at times for some reason, but Kuro,
何？
it would be great if you also came to see the flowers with everyone. I want to imagine just one such future. I think that it would be great if such a future occurs someday. I imagine such a selfish future beyond my eyes. Darkness wasn't there anymore. Is it a yume or is it an illusion? What was there was your smile. It's Haru. Spring flowers with sweet fragrance bloom all over the place, fluttering down gently. In the rain of sakura petals, we huddle together. A petal lands on your cute little nose again. With a gaze that seemed as if you were smiling lightly, you quietly looked up the spring scenery in the full bloom, slowly, nervously licking a chocolate with alcohol in it, meant for adults. Those small cold cheeks are dyed light pink, just like the incessant rain of petals. I hear a laugh. Smiles overflow. Is there a place where I can smile together with everyone? And then, will you gently call my name?
タイガ
Will you gently hold my hand while sitting close to
ー、
me?
ねえタイガー。
Would you call my name over and over again, looking up at me with a smile, with this cute pink-colored petal still in your nose? A sudden gust of wind blows and the sakura petals whirl up, and then we squeeze each other's hands. Then we get seen by everyone, become flustered, and laugh in embarrassment. I request you. I hope for such a tomorrow. Kuro, my dear, precious friend. The tomorrow we imagined together was sparkling and dazzling. The footsteps of drowsiness closed in clearly. The sleepless night came to an end. While talking to Kuro on the phone, my consciousness suddenly started fading. That sensation was a very pleasant one. I want to leave my consciousness like this. That's why I will make just one prayer in the end. I have a request. Kami-sama no yoru. Please, let this clear and complete imagined scene sprout quietly and gently in the yoru. I prayed. Even though I knew that this would not be possible. Even then, I prayed. I continued to pray, hoping to have a happy heart, at least in my dream. The call was cut. A beep reverberates repeatedly near my ear. I was scratching alone in a dark place. I slowly put down the receiver of the pitch black telephone. I hear the sound of us disconnect. My heart aches slightly. Just a bit. I still don't know the origin of this pain. I pretend not to know. This thing called a kokoro overflows with thoughts, one after another, nearly being noisy inside. I shake my head, wishing to ignore many dark thoughts, as many as I could. I tried opening the door slightly. It's Taiga's room. Taiga was quietly breathing while sleeping on the bed. That I secretly peeked. I was on the call with Taiga right outside this door, in this hallway. I was talking with Taiga, sitting by holding both on my knees, sometimes leaning my back against the door. Even then, why? No. That is why I couldn't say that. I'm right beside you when he asks, "Where are you right now?" If I answered like that, then I could open this door even right now. I shook my head. I tried to ignore these new feelings that suddenly grew as well. I somewhat tried to gaze at his sleeping face next to him. That much would be alright. I should be fine. He should forgive me. Timidly and slowly, I approached near him, who was sleeping. I'm glad. I sighed within my heart. Taiga's face always looks like he's in pain. Something wrinkling his eyebrows, he often shows an expression of being tormented by something long ago, like being attacked by a violent akumu.
今日は少しだけタイガ
I tried
笑顔が優しいね
I tried patting his head while he was asleep. My fingertips skim his white, smooth forehead multiple times. Each time, I take care, gently and lightly, so as not to wake him up. But you know,
タイガずるいよ
I was subconsciously puffing my cheeks.
人間はタイガはこんなに大きくなれるのに私はずっといつまでもずっと小さいままだまだまだ君が小さかったいつかの日は私がこうしてなでなでしてあげなきゃ君はいつまでも眠れない子供だったのにな
As I muttered that, my chest jarred in pain again. I was worried that Taiga would wake up hearing this painful sound in my heart, but
タイガねえタイガ私の今日はねタイガ嬉しいことを一つ見つけられた日だったよ
I grinned just by recalling it, but it doesn't really matter, right? This much would be fine, right? It should be okay, right? I want to wake you up, right?
タイガは日和の代わりに先生に怒られていたね押し付けられた課題とかいろいろ面倒なことも一つも文句を言わずに引き受けていたよね
That might be a trifling thing for Taiga. Not particularly normal, but I thought that was amazing.
タイガかっこよかった男の子だなって思ったよ私なんだかとっても嬉しい気持ちになれちゃったんだそんな君を見つけられた私の今日はとってもキラキラな日だったなって思うんだ
I feel that it is enough. Just by looking at you from far, far away. That is more than enough for me. I'm very, exceedingly happy. 多分。
あとは明日も明後日もずっと君が今日みたいに優しい顔で眠りにつければ
I desire nothing beyond that. Nothing at all. I'm good enough with you being happy. Even if the entire world becomes your enemy, I am happy as long as you smile. After all, I'm only here for that. I gently held Taiga's hand, staring at my palm for a while, opening and closing it. I
さよなら
whisper.
さよならバイバイ元気でねいつも君の隣に幸せな魔法がありますように君の未来にたくさんたくさんキラキラの星が降ることを私はそれだけをいつも思い描くよ
I felt dizzy.
うん
My eyes were held tightly by the mischievous drowsiness. But it is fine. I could still endure it. I could probably be with you for just a while longer. I thought so.
君たちは私の魔法だ。その関係は拳銃と弾丸によく似ている。
A full moonlight night. The Mahot Sky said that at the second soiree, that was open quietly.
まずは今夜も引き続き、君らにはもう少しだけこの世界について、そしていずれ姿を現すだろう夜の王や悪夢と対抗するための方法について伝えておこうと思う。
It is the inner parlor. She, the Yoru no Mahot Sky, is teaching us who gathered here.
もううすうす感づいてはいるだろうけど、私はこう見えて人間ではない。正体は猫だ。夜の力を借り受けてこうして人の形をとっている。古くから君ら人間のそばに寄り添い、なぜだか無条件に君らの未来に幸せがありますようにと祈り続ける存在だ。神様みたいな何かが私たちをそう設計したんだろうさ。まったくやれやれ迷惑な話だ。
Anyways, we are such creatures. Nice to meet you. The Mahot Sky repeated.
そんな私たちは君らよりもずっと長生きで不死ではないが不老なる生き物だ。ずっとずっと若いまま、ずっとずっと幼いままだ。その反面、刹那を生きる君ら人間のような美しい想像力を、その命の使い道を選択する一瞬の勇気を私たちは持ち得ない。
The Mahot Sky always said that Sosoroku itself is Mahot. Even in the Yoru, even under the sun.
涙のうちに種まくものは喜びのうちに刈り取る。
Saying just that, the Mahot Sky smiles in a slightly embarrassed way.
これはね、君らの祖先が詩人という名の魔法使いが君ら宛てに残した言葉だけれど。
I think that people who compose poems are the true Mahot Sky. The Yoru no Mahot Sky said.
詩人はね、きっと時を超えた言葉の配達人なんだよ。遠い遠い過去の時間から今を悲しみの中で生きる君らへと応援のメッセージを送り続けてくれているんだよ。と、そのように説いた人間がいた。私もそう信じてる。
The distant past. Under all sorts of sorrows, all kinds of pains, still undefeated. No. Even if they lose, they stand up again. They have strong, beautiful hearts, and they live through the end, while crying and being wounded. Those words born from someone must definitely become Maho, that will give Yuki to anyone who receives them.
そんな心のこもった言葉は、頑張れって負けるなって、そんな風にしか伝えられない私には到底作り上げることのできない魔法なんだよ。
You humans created them with your Suzoruku. They're not just poems, movies, music, stories, and the ways and the feelings put into the world of works always wins over our hearts. It makes us yearn for them, make us fascinate them. It is that kind of Suzoruku that becomes a maho, irreplaceable by anyone in here, inside this yoru.
そうだ。そのような美しい心を持たない私には魔法が使えない。だから厳密に言えば魔法使いではない。まあ夜の中に散らばり落ちてる夢のかけらを編んで魔法のような力を発揮する道具を作ることはできうるが。
He is not bringing up this topic to talk about some impromptu maho. It is to wish that we, living in the present, do not succumb to sad events. It is also to fight up against balance crawling in the yoru. The maho, for that, is the Suzoruku in our hearts itself. The Mahotsukai said again.
だからどうかお願いだ。君らに私の魔法になってほしいんだ。
We will become maho. Someone quickly raised their hand and asked that. What does that exactly mean? I wonder who was that person with such an anxious voice. Was it Haru? Was it Chiwa? Was it Hiyori? Or was it Kuro? Smiling to that fine voice, the Mahotsukai responded.
君ら自身が未来を作る。そのための魔法なんだよ。君たちの魔法は誰にも負けない想像力だ。しかし君らは君ら自身の心の力を思い通りには操れないだろう。今の君らが夜の中で想像力を使おうとしてみても、その思考は君らの意志など関係なくめちゃくちゃに暴れ出してしまうはずだ。
As human heart hides strong power within them, you cannot always control them like a restive horse. They will rarely do as their owners wish. You will get caught by anxiety that you don't want to think about. You will constantly get pressed by unbelievable fear, even though you should always imagine a bright future.
だから魔法を使えない私が君らの力を使うんだ。この夜のフィールドの中で私は君たちの力を借り受ける。私が命じるままに君らは君らにしか持ち得ない想像力を発揮して夜を自在にかけていく。
And then the Mahotsukai took the hand of the girl closest to her, Hiragi Haru.
ほら、わかるだろう。今私は何を考えている。
Smiling, she said,
さあ魔法使いの時間の始まりだ。おとぎ話の続きを始めよう。
At that moment, gently, a petal fluttered down onto Hiragi Haru's head. Where did it possibly come from? I invertedly look above. As I do, there was a sakura in full bloom. The old wooden ceiling that was here a while ago was nowhere to be seen. What was there was a spring scene in full bloom, a ceiling of sakura, with wind rustling its branches.
そうか。君はこういう魔法か。
The Mahotsukai smiles, that you are special in this Suzoruku.
思っていた以上だ。私が命じたのは、ほら、そこの戸棚の上に置いてある花瓶だよ。そこに一輪だけ花を出現させようかとしただけだったんだけど。
The Mahotsukai says that it was amazing. Looked up at the ceiling with a blizzard of petals inside. However, the flowers didn't stop just at the ceiling. The floor that we sat on protrudes. Roots of the sakura tree show up by breaking through the floor, turn into ground. The sakura above us continued to increase, never disappearing even though they fell. It started to fill the room a lot.
ここまでかな。これ以上は危ないか。まだまだ私も 君を制御しきれない。
She releases her hand. As she did, the surroundings suddenly returned to normal without a sound. The inside of an old room, the Yume no Nedoko, with a permanent kotatsu. I could hear the grandfather clocks ticking.
拳銃と弾丸だ。
The Mahotsukai said.
私が心で激鉄を下ろし、君らの心が現実を打ち砕く。言い方を変えれば、君ら自身が私の魔法なんだよ。この夜の時間の中で君らの心から引き出した創造という名の魔法を使い、私は君らの未来に害をなす夜の王と戦おうと考えている。
After we heard her explanations, battle preparations as well as the origin of the Yoru will end. Not even 2 days passed since we knew each other. About 10 years ago, our childhood selves faced each other and shared our bewilderment and some of our fear.
想像にはもちろん得意分野があるだろう。それぞれがそれぞれに思い描きやすいビジョンだよ。柊春ちゃん、君が命を操ることが得意なようにね。それが魔法の属性となる。そういった君らの個性を把握しておきたい私は、こうして満月の夜に夜会を開き、君らと言葉を重ねてる。
Suddenly, I thought about like the author repeating the explanation multiple times, saying that the Mahotsukai continues further.
そして夜の中で君たちの力をより強力に引き出し使うには、使う側の私と使われる側の君らとの関係性が重要になってくる。
The Mahotsukai says that it is a relation of trust that becomes the Kagi to use Maho.
どうか許されるなら、君らの心を、その言葉を私も必要と思ってもらえるのなら、君らに私の心をありのまま伝えていこうと思ってる。
Being someone embarrassed, the Mahotsukai said shyly.
私は君たちこそ自分の魔法としたいと思ってる。夜の王と戦うために、そのために心をできるだけ寄り添い合わせて生きていきたいと願ってる。だけど
But that's not all. That is not the only motive to talk to you people here.
私は君らとよりよく、今より深く仲良くなりたいと祈ってる。それは戦争に勝つためだけじゃない。純粋に君らの友人となりたいんだよ。ああ、友人だ。友達だ。いつか親友にさえなれたらいい。互いが互いの人生を応援し合える、そんな得難い関係に私はなりたい。なぜなら私たちは君たち人間のことを無条件に大切にしたいと願ってしまう。そういう風に生まれついてしまった生き物だから。
The Mahotsukai expressed with words that seemed slightly retrospective. That's why I think that back then, back when we young ones were probably twisted in some way, we naturally accepted the words of the Mahotsukai.
さあ、今夜も聞かせてほしいんだ。私の大切な魔法の卵たち。君たちの悲しみに本当にその魔法は必要なのか。それを一緒に考えていこう。
A delicious meal was always waiting for us after the soiree. The Mahotsukai was very good at cooking. Living for a long, long time, she understood the taste that delighted us far better than we did.
どうかな、口に合うかな。
The Mahotsukai said, "It's tasty. Very tasty," I said. You never left my side. The future from here on, where I would meet my dear childhood friends. Hiragi Haru, Ando Chiwa, Yorotsuki Hiyori, Toa Tomohito, and one more. I like how he kind of forgot her name. Seemed as if I could smile a lot more often in no time. After the food, everyone was handed a kagi, each from the Mahotsukai. With that kagi, we could come here at the Yume no Nedoko whenever we wanted.
辛いことがあったらいつでもおいで。温かいご飯を山盛りで用意して待ってるよ。
The Mahotsukai smiled. That is the story of the girls. Repeating words, understanding our hearts, passing through time. By doing that, the Mahotsukai successfully became able to use the girls as their maho, enough to be able to fight the Yoru no O. But that was all. A relation was not enough. It was insufficient. Not enough to let us use the maho we truly wanted. Outside the Yoru under the Tai. It was not possible for the Yoru no Mahotsukai, Himokai Asahi. Wait, I'll pause for a bit. Alright, I'm back. Let's continue. I have many people that I can call as best friends. Hiragi Haru, Ando Chiwa, Yorotsuki Hiyori, Toa Tomohito. And one more in a far away place. It's so weird. That's not a... You know a person, right? And then you're just like, I don't want to say their name because they're far away. Anyway, 5 people are enough. The probability of meeting someone who you can call a best friend in your long lives is actually not that high. Putting it into numbers, it seems to be around 1 in 2.4 billion. That's unbelievable and absurd. It's a number that can make you feel fear. Even then, I have 5 of them. And talking about the probability to meet the one you love, the number skyrockets to 1 in 7.2 billion, but let's stop with friends for now. This is about friends above all. 5 out of 1 in 2.4 billion. I have such a miraculous encounter with my best friends. I have 5 people who I can tell them as so without embarrassment. If any one of them were to ever fall into a difficult pinch, then I would want to help them with all my strength. Sorry, I was cleaning my glasses. I pledge that. I wish so. I pray for it. However, I don't know. At times, what is similar to loneliness suddenly passes through my mind. Hey, best friends, if you people were to confront some problem difficult to settle, would you ask me for advice or rely on me? Would you request me, not who is not a hero, for help? I'm always worried about that.
優勝はひよちゃんだな。よっ、さすが食いしん坊。半端ないっす。
Coming back from school, we returned while eating the sweets we bought at the Dagashia, as promised yesterday. The street was lined with sakura, with petals gently fluttering down. Tomohito, Hiyori, and Chiwa smiles, and happy words are flowing out. But however, you are not beside me. You would make a tiny smile with those faint cold cheeks at the sparkling spring scenery. I wish to see you do that at the last Yoru. Your smile that I imagined during that Maho no Toki was nowhere to be seen. The world doesn't change its colors conveniently as I imagined.
いやー、ひよちゃんのお腹の中の怪獣は最強無敵でめちゃめちゃ強いな。
無敵です。Tomohito laughs.
てんてけて
Hiyori celebrates. She is extremely happy.
すがひよりちゃん、お菓子のことでは負けなしだ。パないっすよね。
As promised, it was just a small contest. A contest about who can buy the best with 300 yen each. So, who's the GM? It's Hiyori. The victor of the subjective contest, like the artistic point of ice skating, ended in Hiyori's hands though. Objection! I raised my hand with a snap, so as to blow away some of my loneliness. Chief Judge, there is injustice seen this judge. Please reconsider. I request a retrial.
え？何それ？裁判長ってなんだよ？
Damn it, it doesn't matter anymore. Someone please listen. Sobbing, I said that to Tomohito, who was dumbfounded. Hio-chan's heartless. She ate the sweets I bought. Only 3 of the 10 yen chocolates remained. You know, I bought really well. I even recommended them, boasting about it to everyone, that they would definitely win, that they were the best runner-up. Even then, it was all nicely gulped down by the dinosaur inside Hio-chan's stomach. Everything other than these chocolates. This doesn't make it a contest. I want a rematch. Do it again. I throw a tantrum in a childish, unmanly way, stamping the ground.
でも先輩、私見てましたけど、奏先輩が夜月先輩に進んでお菓子をあげてたような。そうね。大河がいっぱい餌付けしてくれるから、ペロッと美味しくいただきました。お腹がもう。
餌付けって、それ自分で言うんだ。
Tomohito was smiling forcibly, and there was me, teary-eyed. I mean, after all, I really like giving sweets to Hio-chan. That's because she eats them so happily with such delight.
だったら、なんていうのか、自業自得みたいなもんじゃないのか？それ。
Wrong. Hio-chan's bad because she's a wicked girl who makes me feel endlessly giving her sweets.
魔性の女。
She raised her hand and said,
何それ素敵、かっこいい。
Her eyes were sparkling. Anyways, Tonikaku, I won't accept it. I can't agree with that. I want a rematch. I challenge you again for tomorrow. We are going to see the flower. We're going to have a hanami tomorrow as well. But I only have chocolates remaining. I say while making a ruckus. That's why.
だから？
Dakara. Yeah. Dakara. Please don't take my remaining 10 yen chocolates. I request you, for God's sake.
急に塩らしくなったぞ。
そうでしたよね。優勝した人は負けた人たちから買い物した中で一番美味しそうなお菓子をもらえるっていうルールでした。
ああ、そうだったそうだった。じゃあもうそのチョコしか残ってない大河は。
おやつ抜きですね。先輩かわいそう。
Although while saying that, she had a nasty smile. That's too inhuman. That's an inhuman rule made by someone with a cute face. Pouting, I tried to be annoying as I could while I said that. Seeing that, he already said,
別にいいよ。明日また勝負だよ大河。お花見もまた明日でも私はいいよ。
No way! You're fine with it? Really?
リアリ
Really? He literally said really. He already blinked and tilted her head in confusion.
商品もその時までお預けで問題なし。
Now, that's our Hio-chan.
魔性の女。
Good girl.
大人。
Mature.
うん。
Someone's proud of herself, huh? She was proud, as if asking to praise her more.
だけどね、大河。その代わり、明日の勝負はね、お花見はね、私のお家でやりましょう。
ひよちゃんの？
そう、私の神社で。
Bruh. In Yosugana Sora, we're about to go out with a ginger girl, Amiko, and now we're doing it the same here. Wait, is she the first? I don't know who's the first route for. We're still in the common route, by the way. I'm gonna check the guide later. Hiyori looked towards the mountain, the Yama. Halfway up, a jinja can be seen. A big, giant building.
私のお家神社だけど駄菓子もちゃんと売ってるよ。近所のちびっ子たちのちびっこな懐を狙い撃つ感じ。
Right. Also, the jinja also has a Nagashia. What the fuck? It's so coincidental. I'm reading two works with a Miko girl who has a Nagashia near the jinja. What the hell, man? I really didn't even know. So coincidental. Getting money from children is a disgrace, you know.
もちろん当たりの駄菓子は事前に全部回収済みなのだ。
さらっと嫌なこと聞いた気がする。坊主丸儲けってやつなのか。
それにね、見せたいものもあるし、だからどうかなって。
Something she wants to show.
俺はいいよ。
Me too.
私もいいです。久しぶりにやるつき先輩のお家行ってみたいですし。
If we go to have the Hanami tomorrow, then would be great if it doesn't rain. She was said while looking at the sky.
ひよちゃんの神社か。あそこは眺めがいいから。お花見するのにはちょうどいいな。
Yeah, it's just as he said. Hyo-chan's jinja has many sakura. It will definitely be beautiful.
ふわふわ綺麗な桜の中で今日みたいにみんなで食べたらね、お菓子もきっともっともっと美味しいよ。
Oh, the dango takes priority over the hana, huh? What a glutton.
ういひ
It's been a while since I had dango, man. Like, literally, last time I ever had dango, I was visiting some jinja. Damn, that was long ago. Literally long ago. Anyway, that was random. Let's continue. We agreed on seeing the hana at Hiyori's place after school tomorrow.
いや明日は楽しみなイベント目白押しだな。次の日に楽しみなことがあるっていうのは素敵なことだよな。
Tomohito nodded deeply. Hiyori tilts her head.
楽しみなこと目白押し。
そうだよ。明日はきっとお祭り騒ぎだ。
I feel like there was something other than just seeing the flowers.
転校生が来る。
Oh, the tenkosei, huh? Tomohito said tensely.
しかも噂によれば女の子だって話だ。
Tenkosei. Even while thinking that it's probably about Haru. Oh, that's incredible. That's a huge event. I tried to act surprised on purpose. I might have raised the tension a bit too high, though. Tomohito strains his eyebrows.
可愛かったらいいな。
Yeah.
巨乳だったらいいな。
I couldn't quite agree with that point. Wait, does Haru... We'll look at Haru later. If you were to ask me, I like them small. No, nothing. I didn't say anything, okay? What do you mean you like them small? Well, it's fine. You know what? Size doesn't matter. I mean... I didn't say anything, okay? I can't believe that I would make excuses in my mind without telling anyone. I can't tell if I feel guilty inside me.
男ってやーね。
Did he say that out loud?
男ですね。
Hiyori and Chiwa had gazes of contempt. No, it was the hostility of the... Flat is justice, by the way, guys. Flat is justice. Although I did say group, there's only 2 girls in there for now.
いやー、転校生巨乳でむっちりで可愛かったらいいな。
Tomohito continued earnestly without a bother. Oi! I say to him. You're gonna cheat?
なぜそうなる。
Naze? What do you mean, naze? You already have someone you like. Hesitating, I don't say it. It leads to an awkward silence. That call for a misunderstanding.
あ
Hiyori's eyes were sparkling. Covering her lips gently, she narrowed her eyes. Nani?
聞きましたか、夜月先輩。浮気ですって。
Lucky.
見ました見ました。タイガーの切なそうなあの眼差しと沈黙を。
Wait, can they read his brain or something? Do they know each other enough that they could even figure out that he's thinking like that? I guess they are that close. They're Osana and Najimi after all. That's wrong!
はい、見ました。そして察しましたよ、夜月先輩。あれはガチですね。うん、ほもほもしている。
What the fuck? I said that's not it!
くちゅくちゅってしてる。
The heck?
チューするんですか？
I won't!
なら抱きしめてやる。全裸でな。
What the fuck? Are you Zenna man? What the fuck is this bullshit? What the fuck? Yose!
まったくわがままなやつだ。
Get close!
じゃあ下半身だけ。
What the fuck, man? What the fuck? Oi! Don't undress here! Walking, we made noise. The bus stop is up ahead. Chiwa, Hiyori, as well as Tomohito are going to board. I will walk to the Yume no Nedoko, as it is. Saying goodbye, we parted our ways. Wait, I thought today was the day they were going to you know what, I got confused. So the little contest they had is not on the same day as the Hanami thing. I don't know why I got confused. Anyway. Alright, I should return as well. Home. Kairo. Warm stew is waiting. I hum alone. I'm somewhat discontent. Returning home while having pointless conversations with everyone. I feel that they are fun because they are pointless. Seeing the flowers, huh? Tomorrow's gonna be a fun day. I would think. I'm glad I took my part-time wages from Asahi-san. If I didn't, I wouldn't even be able to buy sweets. Oh, where does Asahi get her money? And how much is she paying him? And think. Yeah, and then I couldn't even buy chocolate. Grumbling my monologue to myself, these chocolates are cheap, but would Kuro like them if I gave it to her? Yeah, she would certainly eat them like delight. Wait, are cats allowed to eat chocolate? I know dogs aren't allowed to eat chocolate, but are cats allowed? Can cats eat chocolate? No. You're going to kill Kuro, man. What the fuck? I walk at a steady pace while imagining that sight. Hey, have you heard? Suddenly I heard a voice. Have you heard the story of the girl standing at the bus stop? The housewives passing by are talking low in a low voice. It seems that she was abandoned by her parents. A housewife that seemed to be a city official tried to contact both of her parents, but to no avail. So-called children abandonment. Man, I mean, we read Kazuko Keikaku, and think about it, Kazuko Keikaku was written like 24 years ago. Even then, I'm pretty sure since the dawn of time, since the existence of douchebag parents, you know. Damn. There's obviously some penalty for the parents. The girl will also be sent to the facility on top of the mountain. It seems that she was hoping for her parents to feel at least somewhat sad if she died. Thinking that makes you a very bad child. That's why you should die quickly. The Akumu inside her whispered that to her heart multiple times. That's why she tried to kill herself several times. The bus she jumped in front of is said to be the bus her parents always used when going out together, back when her family was still in good terms. Apparently the bus driver is Oh shit! Oh, oh fuck! Like, you remember this the earlier scene, like at the beginning when they were inside the bus and they were forcibly stopped, and the bus driver was mad. Oh shit! That's some oh shit. Okay, that's some oh shit setup there, huh? What the fuck? I tried to persuade her to come to the facility a few times. She was always stubborn, saying that she never wants to leave her house. She wouldn't cry or scream, but she would never open the door. We would only talk for a while on the intercom. Are you eating properly? Do you have any problems? Please, I want to help you. So please, open the door, just for a while. Let's talk, okay? No matter how much I called out for her, though, through the mic at the gate post, only silence would return. It were those kind of days. But this is mysterious. When I went to talk to her again today, she was calm, almost as if she was someone else. She opened the door right away. I'm worried about you. I request you? Question mark. I'm not sure this is written right. Anyway, let's go there together. As I said that, she said okay and thank you, and she followed me obediently. She seemed to have a very refreshing expression. Her uncomfortable face always seemed as if she was being tormented. Well, I would happen to see her in the town sometimes. Even then, she smiled today from time to time. She even talked to me, holding my hand while we were on our way to the facility. You know, she was a very, very adorable girl. I definitely want her to be happy. It would be great if she adapts to the environment of the facility quickly. The voices of the people talking that pass by me. I recall yesterday's events. Our duty is to only fight with the Akumu, growing in someone's heart. We call the sad, painful hearts growing in the real world as Akumu, and sever them off at Yoru, separate them, hoping to make their lives easier. It was a battle with that in mind. That's why I think from time to time I can't help but think, isn't there something I can do for her, not inside my brain is dying. Not inside the dreams, but in the real world itself. Tatoeba, letting her parents who selfishly abandoned her know about her sadness. I can't do that. Someone like me couldn't possibly have the privilege to do that. She is me, the same as me. It will end up repeating again. Is this the fifth girl? Maybe. Maybe there's a reason why he wants. Maybe there's a reason why he wants to commit suicide, aside from feeling weak. You know, I don't know. But then again, we're understanding how the Akimu affects people in the Yoru. You know, it's not surprising that even feeling inadequate, being useless, is enough to make you feel like you can commit suicide because, you know, you're deeply affected by something that fucks up with your mind. You know, in the same manner as in Meguka, you know. The story that Nana-chan recited last night was about the same sad and lonely little girl. In that story, I am merely a mob, lower than the supporting role, who cannot even peek into the story. I can't get involved further in her story. That's just being intrusive. From here on, I'll leave it to someone kind who will lend her by the hand. I am no Hyusha who can save many people indiscriminately. I cannot selfishly rewrite the ending of someone's story. I cannot stand still in front of someone else's story. I had to take responsibility for the story that I started myself after all. I'll leave the rest to someone kind, the Chisai Kami-sama. I'll leave it to Nana-chan, because she will definitely console her lonely heart far better than me. I come to a halt and look around. I search for the whereabouts of my story. Kuro. Where would she be hiding today? From where is she watching over my everyday life? It's my duty to find you, who is shy or rather afraid of strangers. That's something I decided on my own. I want to find her before she gets found by someone else. After all, she's bad at hiding. I can always see her ears and tail shaking when she is uncovered. It's rather easy to find her, almost as if she wants to be found. But
あれ？
I heard a girl's voice. A voice different from the person I was looking for.
もしかして、大河くん？
I turned around. A girl with a surprised look standing there.
すごい偶然ですね。まさか最後に大河くんに会えるなんて、とっても驚いてしまいました。
Considering she has the same hair clip as Tomohito, I guess they're related. The girl wore a uniform different from that of the school in this town. She lined up close next to me with light steps.
今回は誰とも会えないまま帰宅かなって思ってましたけど、まさか帰りのバスを待ってたら大河くんと出会えるだなんて想像もしていませんでした。
She smiles pleasantly. It was a smile that seemed to directly touch my sense of anticipation, a look that also felt familiar to me.
あれ？ひょっとしてですけれど、大河くん、お姉ちゃんのことを見送りに来てくれたりしたのでしょうか。だからこんなところに。
Who's One-chan? Which One-chan? Who are we talking about here? Tilting her head, she said that. Of course, I came to see you off, Azusa-senpai, is what I'd like to say, but... Oh, her. She's referring to herself, okay. I make a bitter smile. Unfortunately, it's just a coincidence, just a goosen. I didn't know that you were going back today.
ですよね。それは確かに残念ながらって感じですよね。あ、でも偶然こうして会える方がなんだかすごいですよね。運命的だなとか、そんな風に年がいもなく乙女のようなことを考えちゃいそうです。
That's in becoming up a maiden-like thing. I have no idea. Unbecoming, huh? Senpai, aren't you still a maiden in reality? Our age is just 1 year off. There's a limit to wanting to be older.
そうですかね。
That is so.
自信持ってみてもいいですか？いろいろと。
I think it's fine for all kinds of things. I sat on the bench at a bus stop next to the girl waiting for the bus back home. I decided to wait for the bus that should come together.
だけど、大河くん、私は、お姉ちゃんはね、時々ちょっと不安になるのです。
One. Nande. I presented her one of my 3 chocolates.
あ、チョコレート。
She took the chocolate with a smile and then continued. She said,
漫画です。
Huh? Manga?
可愛い女の子たちが集まってワイワイする4コマ漫画とか、よくありますよね。
Yonkoma. Oh man. A Yonkoma. Anyway. Yeah, there's many.
そういった漫画の中に、ほら、よく今期を逃した生き遅れの担任教師っているでしょ？
Okay. Yes. There's many female teachers who want to marry but simply can't. I don't know why that's a trope. Is that does that I mean I don't know, man. They're not just in Yonkoma mangas. I think they often appear in novels and anime as well. That's a staple. Oh man, I suddenly remembered K-On! Man. I miss oh man. And Oregairu. I just thought of Oregairu, man. I'm remembering a lot of things right now. Anyway. Usually they would grow timid due to being unmarriable and panic about their reality of aging further. Combining together, they deal mental damage and the darkness that grows. Probably jealousy or something. May or may not make them go wild. Okay, suddenly I remembered Meguka. Remember Madoka's teacher? She at the beginning she talks about eggs. How do you want she randomly rants in the class about the guy she tried to date who was like, do you want fried eggs or some shit like that? Yeah, that's okay. That's very related to what we're reading because it's Maho Shoujo thing. Huh. Anyway, I don't really mind those kinds of characters. It makes you feel like endearing them. What about them? Her cheeks were slightly flushed. Senpai? As I tilted my head, she started trembling and said,
きっとね、お姉ちゃんはあんな風になってしまいます。
Is this bait? Like, look at how cute she is. How is that even possible? Is this bait? She sniffed her nose. Huh?
だって聞いてくださいよ、大河くん。お姉ちゃんの不安を聞いてあげてください。お姉ちゃん、この年になるまで男性と一度もお付き合いしたことがありません。
She says embarrassingly, fidgeting.
お付き合いどころか手だって繋いだことがないんです。このままじゃ大河くんたちが結婚したりしてもお姉ちゃんは一人のままで。
She turned pale and said that.
このままじゃお姉ちゃんは一生孤独です。孤独死です。
I'm sure one of you guys will volunteer, right? Anyway, she was shivering. Her eyes were teary. I really thought, what is she saying? But it seemed that she was for real.
最近の子たちは彼氏がいないことはお友達にもならないそうですし、伴侶もいなければ友人さえもそばにいない。寂しい晩年。今から老後が心配すぎるお姉ちゃんなんです。
What do you mean, old age?
だからほら、生き遅れてしまって寂しいばかりの漫画の中の先生みたいに、お姉ちゃん大河くんたちにも置いていかれて一人ぼっちで。
Sorry, Butch.
寂しい、つらい、悲しいよ。
She is sobbing. It seems that she made her worries even bigger by her own words. Mataku. What is going on? I ended up smiling bitterly. Can't believe that she is that guy's Onesa with all that negativity. Maybe it's like Tomohito absorbed all her positivity and she got all the negativity. Oh well, it happens. Senpai? Yeah, senpai. Nakanaide? Look, your snot is dripping. I hand out the tissue. It's the one that Asai-san gives to me every morning without fail. Maybe that's why he always has a tissue. Oh, that makes sense. She said, I'm sorry, thank you. Then took it, and then she blew her nose heavily. The tip of her nose turned red. Laughing at her, I said, Senpai, it's fine. I will let you to be alone. Wow, smooth. From here on, if you ever have lonely thoughts from being alone, then at that time, I will come to kidnap you. I casually said that. No, I tried to show up while saying that. She blinks her eyes in surprise. That's why, senpai. Asusa senpai. If you don't want to, I don't think you will ever become lonely. If you ever feel somewhat lonely, I'll kidnap you right away and take you all around the world. You better be prepared for your restless old age. I said that proudly, fluffing my chest. She had a look of amazement, but she quickly returned with a small smile. I don't know if it's because of the nature of her smile or if it's because of the look. But anyways, I recognized the exact smile. Her name is Toa Asusa. She is my senpai, and also Tomohiro's Onesan. She is living somewhere else, not here. Consequently, we shouldn't be able to see each other often, but even she, Asusa senpai, who is at a distant place, is also the same. Same as Haru, Chiwa, and Hiyori. So she's also a Mahou Shoujo. You know what? It's so weird. Like, think about it. He was talking about 5 people. And then, you know, the last thing he says, someone who is far away. I'm like, bro, that's literally Tomohiro's Odessa. What the fuck are you saying? One of the central figures in the big story about protecting the future of humanity 10 years ago. Sumari Amaho Shoujo. What do you mean there's two blonde Mahou Shoujos? Why isn't there a... Wait, there is a pink-haired one. There is a black-haired one. And there's two blonde Mahou Shoujos. The other one is more like... more yellow. She's on the auburn brown... Oh, okay. So technically she's not... She's in the brown blonde hair. Anyway, that was random. Let's continue. No. An ex Mahou Shoujo. Senpai, why are you in this town today? I tried asking, wondering if something happened.
いえいえ、いつもと同じですよ。ちょっと時間が空いたので、家族の様子でも見てこようかなって思ったんです。だけど。
だけど？
はい。だけど、ちょっとタイミングが悪かったみたいです。まだ誰も帰宅していませんでした。
I see. You didn't meet Tomohito either, right? I just parted with him a while ago. We truly passed by each other.
はい。そうなんです。ともくんにも会えませんでした。お姉ちゃん、余計に寂しい気持ちです。
With a bitter smile, she said, thinking back, I haven't talked with Tomo-kun since quite a while.
次のバスがもう最後なので、誰か帰ってくるのを待ってるわけにもいきませんし、だから書き置きだけは残してきましたけど。
Saying that it would be great if they noticed, she smiled. It was a smile that could mysteriously soften the mood around her. A girl who always speaks negative things and has negative thoughts. Toa Asusa. Yeah, I think the Kyodai like totally went polar opposites. Anyway, she is the exact opposite of her Ototo, and it probably wouldn't be wrong to say he is always carefree, but only their smiles look alike. A friendly smile that mysteriously wins everyone over. There are no people who think bad of them. They have no enemies in their lives. Sumari Muteki desu. Muteki. It's that kind of smile. But then, she crinkled her face again.
大河くんと別れたら、また一人ぼっちな時間に戻らなきゃいけません。
Senpai sniffled. She says many negative comments. She often sobs. Even then, I like talking to Ane-san. It makes me feel relaxed. I think I like consoling her, sobbing all the time. That's why I want to talk to her for a while longer, every time, but...
もう時間です。バスが来ちゃいました。
I find the figure of the bus coming from beyond the road.
残念です。もうちょっと大河くんとお話ししていたかったのに。
I know, right? Truly unfortunate. Truly.
今日の大河くんはあれですね。
あれ？
はい、あれなんです。寂しいお姉ちゃんをさらいに来てくれると約束してくれるし、それにそんな別れ際に寂しそうな顔をしてくれるし。
It's over, my bro. She showed an embarrassed smile.
どうしよう。お姉ちゃん、嬉しくて泣いてしまいそうですよ。それじゃあ、大河くん、お姉ちゃんは帰りますね。
The bus stops. The bus has quite a retro design. The door opens with a warning buzzer ringing. With a small, nimble jump, she boards the bus. Her skirt lightly floats. As the wind that blew from somewhere whirled the Sakura, Senpai abruptly turned around.
チョコレート、ありがとうございます。とっても甘くて美味しかったです。まるで優しい大河くんみたいに甘かったですよ。
Huh?
元気づけてくれてありがとうってことです。ちょっと勇気が出ました。お姉ちゃんは今夜は一人ぼっちでも平気そうです。
What do you mean you'll be fine tonight? Anyway.
ではでは、また来ます。また会えたら素敵です。
That's right. It would be great if we could meet again.
はい。その時は、大河くん、もっともっと 私とお話ししてくれたら嬉しいな。それとともくんにもよろしくね。
The door closes. We wave hands across the door. I saw her up until the bus disappeared. Senpai. Azusa Senpai. I have many more things to talk about. For example, about Haru's return. About whether there's some way to get the time for everyone to gather and talk together. A person living in a far-off place. Toa Azusa. When would we be able to meet again? Thinking about that, I mutter. Ah, Tomohito. Ah, she knew. We'll talk about your problems and worries to me someday, right? The probability of meeting a best friend is 1 in 2.4 billion, huh? I pull out the kagi. I look around again. As I do. Mitsuketa. I could see her ears and tail from the back of the telephone pole. She is shy and always hides when someone is around. Wait, I'll be right back. Really quick. Okay, I'm back. We returned to the Yume no Nedoko together. As always, Kuro was hiding behind me.
おかえり、二人とも。
Startled, her ears popped out. And then she clings to my back to hide. Seeing that Asai-san shows a bitter smile, repeating her okaeri, she said this.
おかえり、タイガ。遅かったな。夜の国の小さな神様が、ナナちゃんが待ってるぞ。
Nana-chan is calling. Not just me, but also Haru, it seems. It was unexpected. Last night, Nana-chan said it's fine, only for me to meet her, but
今夜は二人に私の仕事を手伝ってもらいたい。
she said naturally to us, who came just this call.
いや、二人じゃなくて三人だね。とにかくあなたたちに手伝ってもらいたい仕事があるんだよ。
Nodding to her words, next to me is Haru, as called, as well as Toya.
どこに行くの？私も行きたいな。
She said that while seeing the two of us, Haru and me, while we were about to go out. Having no particular reason to refuse her, we took her along. Although Nana-chan might make an unpleasant face, I realized that after coming here.
飴玉食べる？
Saying that she holds out ame, slightly embarrassed, which Toya accepted.
おかえりハル。タイガの言う通り、見違えるくらい大きくなったね。
Nana-chan also gives an ame to Haru, who she met after a long time. It was the same ame she gave to Toya.
ありがとう。ナナちゃんは変わらないね。ちっちゃくて可愛いまんまだね。
Nana-chan returned a tiny smile to Haru, who took the ame and smiled cheerfully. I'm glad. Seeing the exchange between Haru and Nana-chan from the side, I feel reassured. I wonder exactly what change happened to her state of mind in just about half a day's worth of time. Might be obvious, but Nana-chan must have some thought about it. Anyways, I decided to listen to her for now. I wonder what kind of work we need to help her out with.
昨日、タイガが私のところに連れてきたこの子を次の場所に連れて行かなきゃならない。
The stuffed toy, the Akumu, that was running wild last night in Yoro no Kuni, was by her chest. I reported what I heard on the way back from school. Her owner is doing well. It seems that she met a kind of person. She will likely not give up her life anymore. After all, suddenly I heard a voice. After all, it would have been better if I was not here, right? It's the voice of the stuffed toy that Nana-chan held. I've been hurting her. Hurting me, myself. Her, who I was supposed to take care of, all this time. She would have been smiling if not for me, right? Nana-chan held the stuffed toy tightly. The fear, anxiety, and loneliness born in people's hearts by taking shape in the Yoru no Kuni. They are Akumu. In here, even your autonomous feeling will arise someday. Then the Akumu starts blaming the heart of their owner, irrespective of the person's will. Negative feelings simply become their darkness.
一日かけてこの子といろいろ話をしてみた。
Nana-chan says, I'm sad, bitter, and lonely as well. Neither my Otosan nor Okasa will come back. Why am I the only one going through all this? Kami-sama and this world definitely hates me. That part of her heart created the being called an Akumu. By suppressing it in the Yoru, only the Akumu was separated from her Kokoro. It won't return to the owner's heart anymore. If it somehow returns back, it might be capable of killing the girl who made it. The Yoru no Kuni is where everyone's Sozoruku takes shape. Here, Akumu with independent ego can think. The existence of me, myself, is nothing more than darkness for her, for the girl. However, if the Akumu desires disappearance on its own, then the heavy, painful feelings will disappear from her, even if just temporarily. It might only be a while until the heart's owner that gave birth to the Akumu sprouts another Akumu, but she will be able to live with a smile. That should be a happy end of sorts. Even then, I wonder why. Every time I face an Akumu like this, I have mixed feelings that I cannot let go of.
何もあなただけが消えてなくなる必要はない。
Saying that, Nana-chan patted the stuffed toy.
このまま私とここでこの列車の中で一緒に暮らすことだってできる。理由はどうあれこうして生まれてきたんだ。この子だって一度くらい楽しいことを経験してみる権利はある。でもね、この子は次へ行くことを強く望んだ。
Suki. It means that the Akumu desires its own disappearance. If it ever returns back to its owner by some mistake, the owner might end her own life then and there. That's why the Akumu decided to disappear on its own.
この子を私は見送りたい。たった一人で行くのはあまりに寂しいことだから。
There is a basho that people will definitely reach at the end of life. We will safely send the Akumu there. That is one of Nana-chan's jobs. The work that we are meant to help her out with is...
タイガ、ハル、それにトウヤ。三人には私の、言ってみれば、通常業務を手伝ってもらいたいんだよ。ナナちゃんの通常業務？そう。私は毎晩、夜の国に散らばっている願いを回収して回ってる。その願いの回収を、今回は3人にお願いできたらいいなって思ってるんだよ。
There are many rumors in the town of Sanzen. One of them is as follows. Before you go to sleep, if you hide a letter with your wish written in it under your pillow, then that wish will be fulfilled by the god living in the dreams. An urban legend for deceiving children, or rather a rumor like the typical seven wonders. But its difference from the ones all around the country is, needless to say, the fact that it is true.
願いの書かれた手紙は、それぞれの夢の中のどこかにある。夜を通じて、夢と夢とを渡り歩いて、それを探して、回収してもらいたい。
She says that we will do it on the way sending the Akumu tonight. The destination of both the Akumu and the Negai are the same.
この列車はね、この街で眠る人たちの心と心をつないで渡る。そうして願いを回収して、それを叶える場所にまで私が運ぶ。それなりに大仕事になる場合もあるから、私一人じゃ到底間に合わないんだ。悪夢との戦いも、願いの回収も、10年前は、かつて魔法少女だったあなたたちの仕事の一つだった。
とにかく。
だから、
うん
今さらあえて説明をする必要もなかったかもしれないけれど。
とにかく。Thanks for helping me, Nana-chan says.
わかったよ、ナナちゃん。今の私がどこまでできるのかわからないけど、一生懸命頑張るよ。
Holding her hands tightly in front of her chest, Haru was deeply nodding multiple times. Seeing her, Nana-chan showed a smile and then
春は
said,
大人になったよね。私が？うん。まだ春は夜の国にこうして肉体を持ち込めるみたいだけど、それはまだ心に少女な部分が残ってるって証拠だけれど。でもね、あなたは十分大きくなったよ。
Wait, what did they mean by your maidenly side is still remaining? What does that mean about Chiwa and Hiyori?
そうかな？そうだよ。
Nana-chan nods and then smiles.
だってほら、私を昔みたいにめちゃめちゃにしたりしないしね。これって驚くべき成長だよ。めちゃめちゃ？抱きついたり撫で回したり。あの時は大変だった。だけど、今の大きくなった春なら、大河と一緒にまた会いに来てくれても。春？ごめんね、ナナちゃん。ごめんって、どうして？
Haru says awkwardly to Nana-chan, who was puzzled.
私、やっぱり、まだまだ子供みたい。結構ね、我慢してたりするんだよ。本当はね。
Haru was itching to grab with her hands.
ナナちゃんは変わらないよね。変わらず、すっごい可愛いよね。あの時と変わらず、キューってしたくなっちゃうよね。
Nana-chan steps back once, twice, with her eyes half closed, and then she glared at me. I see, I get it. At that instant, I, for some reason, understood what Nana-chan was thinking, about the reason why she asked me to bring Haru along. Seeing that wariness in Nana-chan's behavior, Haru says in a panic.
でもやらないよ。ギュッてしない。本当はなでなでしたいし、抱きしめたい気持ちになって大変だけど、昔みたいにはしないよ。絶対。絶対？絶対だよ。好きな子に嫌われちゃうほどいっぱい愛情表現してたらさ、そんなのただの頭とか心が大変な人だもんね。だからね。絶対にね。したいよ。したい？違ったよ。間違えちゃった。絶対しないよ。
Haru was saying that with her hands itching. Nah, that's just like, I don't believe you, bro. Nana-chan was just glaring with disgust. But then right away, she sighed as if she gave up on something.
まあ、何はともあれ、また会えてよかった。春、それだけは確かだと思うんだよ。
Nana-chan gave a small smile and said,
さあ、準備はできてる？出かけようか。この世の美しいもののすべてが行き着く先へ。時の終着駅に出発だ。
The adventure proceeds. We're heading toward the terminus, the end of time. We're on the way right now, on the sea with a beautiful night sky. The railway extends on the calm surface of the sea with no waves. This is a Yume. Inside the Yume, someone is seen. The train goes across Yume to the Yoru no Kuni. Here we search for letters, tegami, with wishes put into them.
手紙のありかはこの列車が探してくれる。まずはこの子に任せておけばいいよ。
Nana-chan, who came from the driver's seat, said that, and then she sits on the 4-person passenger seat that we were on. Letting herself sway by the pleasant shaking of the train body, she gazed at the sight of the dreamland running across the window together with us. What about the driving?
大丈夫。この子は賢いから。
Nana-chan answered to my doubt with few words.
私があれこれ言ったりするよりも任せておいた方がずっといい仕事をしてくれる。この子の運転に限らずそういう場合はたくさんあるよね。
I guess.
まるで列車に心があるみたいだね。
Hada looked around the passenger car, where there was no one other than us 4. Seeing Haru do that, Nana-chan said,
何にだって心はあるよ。見えないだけでどこにでもある。そうなの？
Oya timidly looked up at Nana-chan, sitting next to her. And then Nana-chan said yes, it is, and nodded.
もちろんどんな猫にだって心はあるし、何者でもないはずの私にもほらなぜだか心のようなものがある。
Nana-chan put up a bitter smile.
目に見えなくともいつでもどこにでもそれは確かにあるんだよ。人の心も直接目には見えないけれど言葉と気持ちが触れ合えるからそこにあるって思えるんだよ。じゃあね、これにも心はあるのかな？
Toya rummages around her rucksack. It's a Sai-san's special rucksack, packed with many tools. The thing that Toya pulled out from there was...
トランプ？いつか暇があったらタイガとやろうと思ってずっと前からリュックに入れてたの。そのいつかが今かなって。
Toya likes games like Tarampu and Othello.
大好き。
By the way, why is Toya showing her cat features right now? I thought she wanted to hide them, but like... I don't know, man. She smiles thoughtlessly.
一人でやるのも好きだけど二人用のも好きだよ。でもね、もっといっぱいならトランプもオセロもね、もっともっと好きなんだよ。
I see. I nod and make a slightly mean face. Even though you're weak.
弱くないもん。
You're wrong. She raises her hands.
違うもん。弱くない。まだ本気出してないだけだもん。
We play both Othello and cards together every night. But Toya, you had never won against me. We would start Othello with all pieces on her side, and put similar handicaps for cards as well. Regardless, Toya has not won against me even once.
ムカつく。
Toya muttered those words, pouting and puffing her cheeks. She looks away.
私が弱いんじゃないもん。タイガが意地悪なだけだもん。もうちょっとで勝てるかなって思っても一気に逆転されちゃうし。
I really hate your triumphant face when you do that, Toya said angrily while swinging her hands above.
タイガくん、
Her gaze was of disgust.
一回くらい勝たせてあげればいいのに。トウヤがせっかく大好きなトランプとかが大嫌いになっちゃったらどうするの？あ、まさかとは思うけど。
何？
まさかタイガくん、トウヤ相手にいつも本気でやってたりしないよね。
Of course, I play serious. That's obvious.
うわー、そ それはちょっとひどいよ。大人げないんじゃないかな、大河くん。
Maturity? What's that?
何って。
We're still students. We can't be called adults, right? Even then.
まだ大人じゃないのに、大人げなんてものあるわけがない。とか、そんなこと言い出すつもりじゃないよね。
Was about to say that. How did you know that?
へりくつって知ってるかな、大河くん。大河くんのそれはへりくつにもなっていないと思うけど。
She sees me with exasperation. What is it? I don't have a reason to be mean to Toya. It's just that it's my belief, or rather, it was my sincere correspondence to her.
誠実な対応って何？
Seeing Toya lifting her head, I wince a bit, but I continue without shrinking. I mean, it's a game after all, right? Wouldn't it be disrespectful to go easy on her? That's why, even though my opponent's a bit... You don't have to say that, man. You don't have to say that. Even if my opponent is a bit of a dumb little girl, I always fight seriously. You don't have to say that, bro. I would never go easy on her. Seeing me retaliate halfway through, Toya puffs her cheeks.
おバカってひどいよ、タイガ。
Go, man. I want to go easy even on a cute young girl. A game is undoubtedly that holy.
ほらね、タイガは意地悪なんだよ。だから嫌い。遊んでくれるタイガは好きだけど、優しくないタイガは大嫌い。
Man, he bullies a lot of girls, but they all love him. Maybe that's why they love him. They take them seriously.
いいよ、わかった。それじゃあ悪者を一緒にやっつけちゃおうか。
Haru nimbly distributes the trump for 4 people equally.
私も？
What's wrong with playing my chisai kami-sama? Nana-chan blinked in surprise.
一緒に。
Haru smiles at Nana-chan. Seeing them, I ask, "What are we playing, old maid? I'm sorry, but I don't feel like losing. As you know, I'm a man who does not go easy when it comes to games. No, in competing." My composed statement was to the letter compose. Today's Toya's hand is as good as obvious. Her face is easy to read, just like a little girl. She's innocent. Weird. Even though she's 10 few years older than me. And I imagine that Haru is the same. I wouldn't think that she is good at lying, although that's just my personal thought. Accordingly, the problem is Nana-chan, but
私、ルールとかよくわからないんだけど。
she seems to be a complete beginner. Nana-chan is looking at her own cards with a difficult expression.
じゃあ、最初は一緒にやろうよ。私がナナちゃんに教えてあげるね。だから、ほら、こっちに来て、隣にどうぞだよ。
Even while nodding, Nana-chan was cautious about getting closer to Haru.
大丈夫だよ。何もしないよ。本当だよ。ナナちゃんの嫌がることは絶対しないよ。約束だったよね。だからね。ほら、隣に座ってよ。
Nana-chan looks at Haru with eyes half closed. Her sight was trying to say, "Is it okay to get closer? Should I trust Haru's words?"
どうしよう、大河くん。私、ナナちゃんに信じてもらえてないよ。
Was I doing such horrible things back then? She said with teary eyes. She's probably afraid because you seem desperate. Tonikaku. Until the Densha finds the objective, we end up playing cards to kill time, but
ゲームは大富豪にしよう。
said Haru. Huh? I was convinced that we would be playing Old Maid, but Tycoon, you say? It's a type of game where reading someone's expression isn't very effective. Haru! Why Typhoon?
どうして？
I mean, you know, it's an unspoken rule that we generally play Old Maid in the middle of a journey together.
そうかな。
Haru tilts her head. Yes, that's how it is. Even then, you want to play Tycoon. Nande?
別に私はババ抜きでもいいよ。
Toya blinks her eyes in confusion.
私も何でもいい。どちらもやったことがないし、そもそもルールだってわからない。だからどちらがいいとも言えない。
Guys, could you at least teach Nana-chan how to play the game? Because, you know. Look, they're also saying this. Haru stares at me intently. Nani? Seeing me flinch, Haru giggled.
タイガくん、そんなに負けるのが嫌なんだね。だから今でも夜の国を自由に出入りできるのかな？やっぱり大富豪にしよう、そうしよう。トウヤもナナちゃんもそれでいい？別にいいよ。
Toya, who seemed fine, as long as we could play Tarampu together, agreed.
私もそれでいい。どちらの遊びもよく知らないけれど、この子と楽しいことができれば何でも。
Holding the stuffed toy tight, Nana-chan also agrees. No, that's not good after all. Tycoon is,
どうして？
you know, games that label the winners and losers based on their wealth difference is bad education.
教育？
Nana-chan squinted her eyes.
タイガ、それまさか私に言ってるのか？
No, Dodekaku, we can't. Tycoon is not good. What's the fun in playing games that promote such discrimination? It's just a card game. Also, have you ever thought about people being called poor or beggar on losing? I say while looking at the cards dealt to me. Nah, Mina. Think about each other's feelings. Toya, especially Nana-chan. I want you to grow by looking only at the beautiful parts of the world.
タイガくんにはババ抜きじゃないと都合の悪い理由があるんだね。タイガくん、君はダメだよ。バレバレだよ。
Haru grins proudly.
タイガくん、君はあれだね。嘘がつけない人だね。
Man, she outsmarted us. Oh no, guys, we can't keep losing like this. That's not true. There's no way that's true.
それにね、タイガくんは自分が強いと思い込んでるタイプの人だって思うな。でもね、知ってる？タイガくん。
I know. What exactly?
君はすっごくわかりやすいよ。タイガくんは知らなかったみたいだけど、考えてることが顔に全部出ちゃってるよ。
嘘？本気？
手札がババ抜きに向いてたから必死になってるんだよね。それくらい私じゃなくても誰でもわかるよ。
Huh? Is that so? I look at Toya and Nana-chan's face. They nodded deeply. Seriously?
まあ、カードを配る前にゲームを決めなかった私も悪いけど、ごめんね。
Huh? Gomen? Haru put up a bitter smile and said,
そんなに必死になられたら、私、タイガくんに意地悪しちゃいたくなるな。
When the bully gets bullied. He toy!
配り直しもなしで、このまま大富豪で決定だよ。この意見に賛成の人？はーい。
Toya raised her hand with a snap.
私も大富豪やりたい。
Nana-chan was really unusually raising her hand with her face overflowing with playfulness. And yet she's It seems that the side of me being quartered is fun.
決定だね。
Haru smiled sweetly.
この国は民主主義だから、いつだって数が多い方が正義だってことになってるから、仕方ないよね。
Wait a second. But the Yoro no Kuni is a kingdom. Where's the king? What are do you mean democracy? It's just a tyranny of the majority. Even if this was righteous by some chance, isn't this just a hollow system where peace and love and happiness were long abandoned far behind? I thought I objected with that with all my strength, but
タイがかっこ悪い。
Toya pointed at me and laughed.
笑ったり焦ったり、顔がくしゃくしゃでかっこ悪くてすっごく楽しいよ。
The cheeky little girl is holding her stomach, laughing loudly. It's not just Toya who doesn't know how to make a poker face. It seems that I was the same. The light of the dencha that we boarded illuminated the dark, going onward and forward. The ward were killing time with the trumpet that Toya brought, waiting for that moment. Damn it! I've lost again. Is it possible to not win even once after 10 matches? Nande. Why can't I win? Dealing the cards is one of the penalties of being the last. While dealing each and every card carefully, I tilt my head.
だから言ったでしょ。タイガくんはとってもわかりやすいんだよ。ほらほら早く。
Get a load of this, Toya, man. Toya holds out her little hand. Huh? I looked at her little hand while tilting my head. What is it?
何かなじゃなくってタイガの一番強いカードだよ。タイガはそれをセレブな私に収めなきゃダメなんだよ。
This is a rule of Tycoon. When there are 4 players, they get named Tycoon. Rich, poor, beggar, starting from one at the top. Before the start of the next game, the poor and the beggar had to get their strongest cards from their dealt cards to the Tycoon and Rich. Toya, who climbed to the top, this time as the Tycoon. She gets 2 cards from the beggar at the bottom. Yes, 2 of them. For some reason, Toya is very strong tonight, completely different from usual. From the rules I know, you can only extort 1 card from me. While complaining, I hand over 2 cards to Toya. They're both jokers. 2 jokers were splendidly sitting in my hand. Unable to argue, they got taken by Toya. This is a miniature society. The rich become further rich while the poor are at a loss. Who was the one who said that?
世界で一番のベストセラーの元ネタになった男だよ。本が売れてもその恩恵にあやかれない悲しい男だ。
To think that a kami-sama would pity on another kami-sama.
タイガもしつこい。何度も言ってる。私は神様なんかじゃないんだよって。
Pouting, Nana-chan looks at the hand she was dealt and muttered. She wrinkled her eyebrows and sees that she has the good cards. However, Nana-chan is poor this time. Therefore, she has to get those cards to Haru, who is rich. I can understand the card situation clearly from her expression. Is no one here good at lying? While having those thoughts, suddenly, the dencha stops.
ついたかな。
Nana-chan leaves her hand of cards. She puts back the window frame that we use for the game table. Her face also has a somewhat relieved smile. Was her hand that terrible? I like that's what he's thinking even up to now.
ここにこの夢の持ち主の手紙はあるらしいよ。
If that's the case, then it can't be helped. Cut the night. We'll keep the match aside for now. I guess we should decide to continue later. We had to complete our intended objective. Nana-chan points outside the window. However, looking around, there's nothing. Only the deep, deep darkness of the Yoru. In there, the sky of Hoshisora. The sky of the stars unknown to us expands. There's also a quiet sea with no waves. There's not a single island anywhere. The dencha had stopped above this midnight sea. There's nothing other than the darkness, the stars, Hoshi, and the dark sea. Is the thing that we are trying to find really here somewhere?
ほら、そこだよ。きっとそこに手紙はあるよ。
Nana-chan pointed to the surface of the sea close by. What's there? We look outside the window together. The surface of the sea where Nana-chan pointed was shining. We see a round beam of light extending from the bottom of the sea.
ああ、海の底。
Haru saw that before anyone else.
真っ赤なポストがあるよ。
Following Haru, Toyo saw that and said so. I could certainly see a sunken red postbox at the very bottom.
照明を。
Nana-chan said quietly. As she does, one of the small lights on the side of the train turn on. It illuminates the postbox at the bottom and illuminates the surroundings further. And then what rose to the surface was... It's a town. An old town sunk to the bottom of the sea, lit by the moonlight and the train's light. The red postbox in the world underwater was sparkling. I could also see luxurious buildings like those of an ancient city, and the town submerged at the bottom of the sea. A stone-paved road that might have been once maintained regularly. A townscape that might have been bustling with many people. There were small sea plants and plantains living in the vast sea, glittering, floating. Just as if powdered snow fell at midnight, seen by no one. It would pile up in the town, put in a deep, gentle sleep. Such a sight was expanding. That is the heart of someone having this yume. This scenery is rooted in a deep place. It could be memories of the person dreaming themselves. It could also be their lonely heart. It could be many, many things. At the bottom of the very bottom, the tegami lies buried.
あのポストから手紙を回収してきてほしいんだ。さあ、覚悟を決めて、ザブーンと行こうよ。
Nana-chan flung the window open and said that. The salt wind of the night flows in, suddenly brushing past my cheeks.
そして、はい。これはポストの鍵だよ。手紙を取り出すときに必要だから。
I received a small kagi from Nana-chan. Different from the Maho no kagi that I received from Asai-san. It was small, a really small kagi. Collect the tegami in the postbox at the bottom of the pitch black sea. I could well understand that we were called for that, and I have come prepared. But I couldn't have possibly thought we would have to go diving in someone's yume. That's why I calm myself a bit. Take a deep breath, bracing myself.
私も一緒に行けないかな、大河くん。今、多分だけど、一人で行こうとしてなかったかな。
Well, yeah, I was. At these times, I feel like it's the boy's turn.
でもね、女の子もいろいろ頑張れるよ。
Yeah, I know. Nothing less of a girl who was special 10 years ago. I believe she can do many things far better than me in the Yoru. But for me, who kept pushing the difficult things onto the girls, I'd like to at least take on these chores by myself.
一人はダメだよ。また何か危ないことがあるかもしれないよ。そうだよ、タイガ。また無茶なことしたら、お姉ちゃんに怒られちゃうんだよ。
Well, I'll take care.
タイガくん、私も一緒に行って、いいかな。
Haru said while looking into my eyes.
何の役にも立てなかったらどうしようって思うけど、せめて邪魔にならないようにはするから、だから一緒に連れて行ってもらえたらなーって。
If you say that much, then I can't refuse. Understood. Let's go together, although we both had to be careful.
そうだよね。十分に気をつけて、たくさん頑張ろうね。
Haru puts her head out from the window that was open. She was looking at the underwater post box again. Seems like she's trying to dodge its step. She turns towards me with a stiff smile.
どうしよう、大河くん。ちょっとだけ怖いかも。
Yeah, definitely. I'd also be somewhat scared alone. That's why I'm actually quite relieved that we are growing together. I take Haru's hand. I take a deep breath.
人の夢の中で泳ぐにはどんな風に想像すればいいんだったかな。
Haru tilted her head with a troubled expression.
よし、まあ大丈夫かな。多分だけど。
I also completed my sozo with my own methods. I think about the many stories that cram into my head. At Asai-san's workshop, I think back upon each and every moment of the protagonist depicted. A young solitary man with an amazing diving ability, but with great feeling of loss, his beloved dolphins are the only comfort for his heart. I imagine his story and open my eyes. I'm also good to go. I feel like we'll make it somehow. Borrowing strength for someone's magnificent story. Sozo. Now, it's the deepest, darkest time of the Yoru that fills the heart. The beginning of the hour of the mouth sky. Haru and I were about to jump into the sea.
ああ、ちょっと待って。念のために命綱をつけておこう。
I need to stretch. Saying that, Nanasha puts fish hooks around our waist. One on the belt of my waist, and one around the top of Haru's skirt. She tightly fitted barbed hooks into there.
はい。あなたはこれを持っていて。
And let Toya hold the fishing rod. That is a dogu taken out of Toya's rucksack. The fishing line is parted into two. Haru on one end, me on the other.
しっかり握って離さないようにね。二人の命が引っかかってるんだ。頼んだよ。離さない。絶対だよ。しっかり持ってる。
Toya tightly holds the fishing rod. With a look of great responsibility. Goes without saying, Haru and I are hooked at the end of the line.
万が一の保険だよ。海の中ではぐれたりしないように。それに帰り道にも便利だね。上昇したいときは糸にトントンと3回触れる。もしも何か問題が起きたときには素早く4回。それが合図だよ。
I'm having mixed feelings.
東野に釣り上げられたりしないよう無事に自力で戻ってこないとだね。
The two of us exchange a bitter smile. Again, we go to jump into the water. There's no hesitation there. Almost done. We can't keep hesitating now, just because it's kinda scary. As a Maho Sojo 10 years ago, and with me as a support, we were doing this as much as if it was an everyday occurrence. However, I couldn't dive properly. I projected the protagonist of the story in my head. That imagination was supposed to be perfectly complete, but it's difficult. I couldn't bring out exceptional diving ability like the protagonist of that story. Rather than diving, I was sinking, being completely sucked into the bottom of the sea, while flapping my limbs clumsily. The sentiment of someone, for instance, the sensitivity of not being able to accept others, having this, you man might be doing that for some reason, not being able to accept others that easily. It is not strange for such rejective emotions to appear as increased difficulty, making it unable to dive with ordinary techniques. Gently, Haru holds my hand, and then puts a finger on my lips.
落ち着いて。
I heard her voice in my head. Different from me, Haru was calm. Since we cannot swim freely, she's letting herself sink down and down. While holding her skirt somewhat embarrassingly,
見ちゃダメだよ。
she blushed.
今日は可愛いの履いてなかったと思うし。
If you were wearing a cute one, would you be happy to show it? Is that what you mean? What the hell? Just like her, I guess. Even if the gap is 10 years, she is an ex-Maho shoujo, recognized by the Yoru, an unfathomable quality of Sozo Yoruku in her heart and mind. Someone like me would be no match for her. Even though I borrowed the Sozoroku of some great person, no matter how many cheap tricks I use, I would never come close to Haru's composure. I feel miserable, embarrassed even, but I hold back onto Haru's extended hand and nod. And then calmly, we descend together into the sunken town glittering by the moonlight, where sea dust and plankton and such fall like crystals of snow. I can hold my breath for about 1 minute, and if I try really hard, up to 2 minutes. 1 minute to 2 minutes. Since we are in a yume, we can just ignore such realistic conditions. However, we have brought our physical bodies into the yume of others and our own to act freely. No matter what realistic thoughts dart through your mind, the anxiety and uneasiness becomes imagination falling under the influence of the Yoru no Kuni. Thus, no matter what, you cannot escape realistic restrictions. That's why we have only 1 minute, 2 at max. I assume we have already used 1/3 of our time to reach Shabana at the sea. Slightly, ever so slightly. I've started feeling pain in my breathing. We have to collect the Nagai quickly. Our objective is the old cylindrical red postbox. The sea snow falling and the white sand of the seabed lightly pile on the postbox as if to cover it. I dust it off with my hands. Thickly smoldering, it spreads, revealing the outlet of the postbox for the letter. Tegami. I used the kagi that Nana-chan gave to open it. As I do, I found one tegami. Only one tegami was posted in there. A blank envelope with no name or address is written. Haru makes a circle with her index finger and thumb and nodded while looking at me. Must be an okay sign. It seems that even though we can talk, we end up doing that subconsciously. We try using gestures to convey our intents. It's not as if I don't know that feeling. I too respond by nodding to Haru. And then I tried opening the tegami that I took out even though I knew that time was limited. I wanted to confirm if this tegami is truly our objective after all. Exactly what is the Nagai that is hidden at the very bottom of this dark, pitch black sea? It must be because of my wild and impure curiosity. Gomen. I'm sorry. I'll make sure to deliver your Nagai to Kami-sama. While thinking of such excuses, I opened the tegami. As I do, I was startled. As I open it, the words in the letter whistle out, spreading into the sea. Kami-sama. The Nagai. Dear Kami-sama. The words put into the letter. Doka. The earnest scene. Doka. I request you. Reaches my heart. Please, Kami-sama, I request you. Please, let me sing well. At tomorrow's song recital. We'll look at each other. I have kept practicing all this time, but if I make a mistake while singing, or sing terribly, and I get laughed by a mean person, and be laughed at even by the boy I love, then I'll be very sad. Dear Kami-sama, that's why I pray to sing well. I'm not good, but I have kept practicing, and then I want the courage to tell my feelings to him someday, my feelings of love. Many of those Nagai were overflowing from this letter.
かわいい。
Haru says,
すごくかわいいお願いだね。
Well then, let's go back. There's not much time, but there is enough left to reach the surface. I hold Haru's hand once again, and then I looked up to the surface of the sea. The light from Nana-chan's train illuminating the bottom of the sea was making a circular gleam on the surface.
まるでお月様みたいだね。
I certainly agree with what Haru said. The wavering light is like a big giant full moon. Heading for the light, I kick against the bottom, and then I tap the fishing line that was our lifeline 3 times. It is the signal to request ascension. As I do, the line gently started winding up. With this, I'll be able to surface if I yield myself in. Just as I thought, it's like being a fish getting reeled in. Feels weird. As I say that with a bitter smile, Haru nods in agreement. Swaying, something went past just above our heads. I'll look up. As I do, a massive silhouette of a fish appears. I have seen that on television or something. That is... whale shark. Seeing it from up close, it had a tremendous aura. Although it is inside the Yume. No. Maybe I feel overwhelmed from seeing it swim leisurely. Exactly because it is inside one. The one who is having this Yume must also fear whale sharks. That's the reason for this feeling of oppression. That thing opens its giant mouth and sucks up the sparkling plankton and such in the water in one go. However, there I realized those things falling to the sea floor were fragments of the dreamer's memories. After being gulped by the giant shark that appeared, they would expand, like the flame of a dying candle, and present themselves just like the tegami. Many of them would pass by and disappear, but we continued to look up at those kyoku of someone young from the sea floor. Humans are forgetful creatures. That thing would swallow all painful, sad, and lonely thoughts, all of them disappearing. Not just things you would want to forget, but also things you don't want to. It would swallow every memory scattered in the sunken town. Being a predator, the shark finally disturbed the flow of water. The tegami in Haru's hand slipped away. It gets drawn to the mouth of the shark. If that thing eats it, then the guy will disappear. Her thoughts and wishes of wanting to tell her feelings of love to the boy could also disappear. It's far too easy to imagine that. Haru, go surface before me. I removed the hook on my waist. It's dangerous, she says.
タイガ君が食べられちゃったらどうするの？
I'll go instead, she insisted. Haru is certainly better than me in swimming. A good decision, if considering efficiency. No, it's a good decision either way, but I can't let her do that. I have already removed the hook before thinking, and also, I'll return first. Haru, go chase the tegami since you're good at swimming. As if. I could never say that. That's why I... Go man, Haru. I might end up being reckless again. Said just that. Then I quickly pulled Haru's line 4 times, sending the signal, an emergency. A call for a quick rise. I can't let Haru get eaten by chance. It was Haru's voice. She was screaming. But whatever she was saying, it wouldn't reach my ears. I am already facing away. And my hand is reaching out for the letter. The same letter that is about to be sucked into the mouth of a giant shark. If I lose the tegami right here, then I'll be laughed at as a protagonist. Laughed at by many people stuff in my head. And also by him. That's why, brace yourself. Getting closer to being a Yusha. Extending this hand without ever giving up. By the way, I know rationally whatever Haru is doing, whatever Taiga is doing is not the best move. You have to remember, there's a reason why he's able to enter this place. It's that side of him that... I mean, Haru literally did say that he's a sore loser type of person, so... I poke my head out of the surface, alone.
あれ？タイガは？
Toya tilted her head sitting in the train's passenger seat. She is restlessly looking around the water surface, while still holding the fishing rod.
大変だよ！タイガがどうしたの？
Did something happen? Toya asked. The surface was calm as always. You wouldn't be able to think that any trouble happened underwater. It was that calm. Even more so after pulling 4 times, applying an emergency. The little Toya, who couldn't grasp the situation, calling for an emergency right away, merely tilted her head in confusion.
サメが手紙をそれで追いかけて！
I often get stuck on words when in a panic.
とにかく
It would be terrible if we don't hurry. I can understand that. I can understand, but I don't know what to hurry or how. It is because I cannot think of such means that makes me panic even more. The one who grasped the situation before anyone else was not Toya, but the one even smaller, Nana-chan.
貸して。
Nana-chan takes the fishing rod from Toya.
命知らずなあの子のことだから。自分の命にどこか薄情なところのあるあの子のことだから。こういうこともあっても不思議じゃない。
Oh, there's also that part of him. I mean, so I guess that suicidal part of him hasn't fully recited. That's why it's heartless of himself. Okay, that makes sense. Saying that, she removed the hook from my skirt. And then she put the line into the water again. I saw her do that while feeling floaty, just after coming up from the water.
どうするの？
Toya, looking anxious, asked Nana-chan.
こんなこともあろうかと。っていうようなセリフは嫌いなんだけど。とにかく、こういう場合に備えてたよ。この針は、大河の心と引き合うように魔法をかけてる。魔法を？そうだよ。これでも私は夜の国の住人だから。想像することに関しては考える生き物であるあなたたち人間には随分と劣るけれど、これくらいのことならできる。だからこうして糸を垂らしておけば必ず大河を捕まえてくれるはず。
At that point, the rod suddenly bent. Nana-chan opens her eyes in surprise. The rod creaks with a grinding sound, just about to break.
春、早く乗って、早く。
I take Toya's hand and climb into the densha from the window.
二人ともお願い、一緒に竿を握ってて。
The fishing rod was about to slip out from her little hand at any moment.
春、お願い。
Nana-chan requests.
絶対に離さないんだぞっていう気持ちで握りしめていてほしい。
Nana-chan says that your Sozoroku is your reliance, that the sozo of humans is equal to Kuseki and Maho.
離さない。絶対だよ。だけど春、この針の先に引っかかってるものを一気に釣り上げてしまわないよう注意してほしいんだ。
If you accidentally do, then that thing going wild can destroy the densha. If that happens, we'll all be at the bottom of the sea. There's probably some unexpected thing, biting the hook.
私たちの魔法は誰にも負けない想像力だ。
Holding the fishing rod, I say. That is the Yoru no... my brain. Yoru no Mahotsukai, Himukai Asai's catchphrase. At the same time, it is also like a common spell among Maho Shoujo. With those words, you can flip the switch up the Sozoroku in your heart and mind. This is the Yoru no Kuni, the stage of dreams where everything you imagine comes true. With stronger powers of imagination, you can move freely into dreams just as easily. You can even take down Akumu running wild. However, it's not as easy as it sounds. Entering someone else's Yume, then fighting with their Sozo is, in any case, not a simple thing after all. That's right, this is the Yoru, and it is also inside someone else's Yume. You cannot properly manifest more than this in another person's field, so saying that it's difficult would be inadequate.
絶対に離さないし、大河君、絶対助けるよ。
Haru holds the fishing rod tightly with both her hands, just around that time. Oya clings onto me with teary eyes. The train body tilted. We're getting pulled by some great force.
倒れちゃう。列車が倒れちゃうよ。
The other side is a few 10 centimeters off the ground. It's just like standing on one leg. The densha is also creaking.
どうしよう、ナナちゃん。このままじゃみんな揃って海の底だよ。引きずり込まれちゃう。全身だ。
Nana-chan sends a signal immediately. In response, it blows its steam whistle. The Densha starts rotating its wheels with enough force to send sparks off. The tilted Densha starts returning to its normal position. A loud impact runs past. The Densha returns its balance to normal. The wheels are on the rail now. And then after blowing its whistle again, it advances, ahead and ahead. The fishing rod bends a lot. The three of us held it tightly so as not to let go. The Densha advances further, but
スピードが落ちてる。
damn, whatever that thing is so strong. Slowly and slowly, the advancing force is dropping off. And then I gulp instinctively. That's because the Densha was flipping over from the front this time. Never let go of the rod. That thought of us three people is accumulating in the Yoru. That's why the rod won't break, and the line is still intact. The rod that we three held might not slip away from our hands, but
ねえ、これ大丈夫？平気なの？
no one has experienced such a situation before. That's why it's difficult to also the idea that we'll break through the current situation. The rod bends further, and the train pulls up even higher.
大河君、早く帰ってきて。お願い。
I hold the rod tightly, and then while screaming as I try to reel in with strength, suddenly the bent-end rod disappeared, and then the Densha body that was floating fell back to normal with a clang.
まさか糸が切れた？違うみたい。もう引っ張られてはいないけど、竿はまだ重いよ。早く糸を巻かないと。
I nodded to Nana-chan, but there I saw the thing. Bar. The massive shark, splashing all around, jumped out of the huge giant surface of the umi, sparkling its body in the moonlight. The splash of water that it blew fell like the rain of stars. With an even bigger splash of water, it hit the surface. Nana-chan quickly closed the window. The line is still connected.
波だ。波が来る。
A few seconds after, Nana-chan muttered that. The calm sea had a massive swell. The Densha gets shaken violently in all directions, tossed about. We couldn't help but hold each other and wait for the storm to pass. The umi surface continues to swell. The incident might have lasted just for an instant. However, the shaking that we felt for much longer calmed down after some seconds and minutes.
あれ？
Gently peeking out of the window, Toya points her finger.
ねえ、見て。
Looking at where she pointed, that there was the back of the body floating up the surface close by. Nana-chan opens the window. I reel in quickly. The hook stick into his waist tightly pulled him up. There was no weight, mysteriously. He did not respond. Being reeled in while dangling, he is exhausted.
大河君。
As Haru calls his name nervously, his body recoils and he coughs. I thought I was going to die. But he was alive. Completely fine, although I cannot ascertain that he came back for now. After we three reeled him in, we felt reassured, and the mood became a bit less tense. Taiga, still hooked up, was dripping from his nose and mouth, spitting out not only just water, he gulped, but also many other things. I thought of showing up, so I jumped out, but... Seeing me tilt my head, Taiga continued. I can't look cool at all. Dangling from the hook, Taiga-kun showed an awkward, embarrassed smile. And then he said, Arigato. And said, I was saved, thanks to you three. With embarrassment showing a smile. the tegami though. Look, I collected it safely. He gently held out the tegami that he held tightly in one hand. The tension advances further ahead, and this Nyoru, which continues the expansion as much as the number of dreamers in this town. We crossed over many Yume, and we collected many tegami. There was a lot of danger as well, but there were just as many fun things, and somewhat lonely moments as well. We passed through all of that together with the stuffed toy that Nana-chan held, and then seeing us somewhat tired, Nana-chan stopped the train then shut for a small break. Many mechanical towns expanded in the night sky we gazed at, and on the ground a tropical forest spread across with pure white animals having hearts. Which one is above? Which one is below? Twinkling in the scene from this side are all the lights of the towns. We gaze at that scenery of the sky and ground by climbing up to the roof of the stop bencha.
車のライトとかなのかな？星が動いてるみたいに見えるね。ちょっとだけ変な感じ。
The night sky that Haru pointed at has a far bigger light, like that of the full moon. There we could see barely people gathering with lamps and bustling with activity.
お祭りみたいなことしてるのかな？あ、何か美味しそうなもの食べてるよ。
You have good eyes, Toya. You have good night vision, it seems.
ちょっとだけお腹空いたかも。
We all looked up at the boisterous lights of those people. And we also tried eating Nana-chan's favorite food, Kapuben. Nana-chan is not the same living being as us. That's why even if you force her not to eat anything, she wouldn't feel hungry, or wouldn't be scared of dying. But even then, the Chisai Kami-sama loves this crude kind of food. I don't remember when, but it was since I started bringing them as a present from the real world. Since then, I try my best to bring as many presents as possible when I come to meet her. As many as I can buy.
いつかハンバーガーとかも食べてみたい。フライドポテトも山盛りで。
Nana-chan says they must be tasty, while pouring hot water into the second cup, as if she was dreaming. Enough water was about to boil for a few more cups in the kettle, put on a small knockdown water heater.
でも、ハンバーガーもフライドポテトも何度もお願いするのに、タイガは持ってきてくれない。だから、まだ食べたことない。
I then respond to Nana-chan, who was pouting. I'm offering to a kami-sama, but the fact that it has to be hamburger is quite the thing.
カップラーメンはいいの？
That's wrong, Haru. Hamburger ain't good for that long, right? I thought it would be better to offer something less difficult to carry. Oh no, Taika. You don't understand. Hamburgers from a fast food place will outlive a couple minutes. They would still be edible 50 years later without even any kind of like fucking refrigeration or whatever the fuck. Anyway, とにかく.
長持ち？どうして？
I respond to Haru tilting her head. Because, you know, have you not seen manjus offered for Jizo get moldy? It might have the feelings of an offering put into it, but deep down I'm worried that it might be bothering him. That's why I think that offerings for a kami-sama should be easy to preserve, probably by this result. The Chichai kami-sama that protects our Yoru loves kapumen.
私は神様じゃないんだってば。それに、守るとか、そんな大層なことはしてないよ。
You really don't get it, no matter how many times I tell you, Nana-chan said with a tired face, however.
だけどまあ、もしもそうだとしたら、きっと私は、ジャンクフードの神様なんじゃないかな。
The hell are you saying? Haven't even eaten hamburgers yet. While saying that, we fill our stomachs, and the twinkling scenery of the Yoru. The kapumen that the four of us ate felt a bit more tastier than usual. It would have been even tastier if Kuro was here. I kept thinking that till no end. But she, who looks like she collects all the shy feelings in the world in her pocket, would never say let's eat together. Such a sight would literally be something like a dream. Even then, I pray. I can't help but wish. I wish for such an impossible scene to come true. Maybe I should write the wish in a letter and put it under my pillow someday. What would Nana-chan say after taking the tegami in the Yoru no Kuni? Would she take me on the densha and go all around the Yoru just like this time, being a bit unreasonable? I imagine such a day. Well, shall we go now? Our destination is not that far. Rocking in the densha that started running again, we reached the place. Wait, I'll take a break. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Can't remember if I read this, so I'm gonna read it if I haven't. The place where the end of everything gathers. The densha arrived at the Ekimai. Wandering from one dream to another, we return to the Yoru. This is a special station at the center of Sanzen, at Yoru. Nana-chan's train slides into its grounds. Haru, Toya, Nana-chan, with the stuffed toy and I, arrive at the station.
私はこの子の切符を買ってくるよ。だから。
The whistle blew at that point. Unable to hear Nana-chan, I asked her to repeat. Huh? Nani?
だからね。今からこの子の切符を買ってくるから。だからあなたたちには手紙の方をお願いしたいんだよ。
Nana-chan said with a louder voice, but even those words were not clear to me. The station was overflowing with a crowd of departure and arrival. Noisy, buzzy, loud. Not just that. It's not just Nana-chan's train that comes here. There's several tens of lanes for the trains, maybe a few hundreds. Many trains would continuously arrive here and then depart. Obvious to say, but passengers would swarm out of those trains, then an equal number of them would board the same trains. The sounds of the bells signaling the departure time of the train. The sounds of the crowd rushing into the jam-packed trains. The sounds of the safety whistle. The sounds of the locomotives closing and opening its doors. With them, the whistle blows loudly. The train wheels creak. Those lively but certainly not unpleasant noises could be heard continuously over the place. So, it's difficult to talk until your ears get used to them. Yet I could somehow understand what Nana-chan was saying. I have come here with Nana-chan quite a few times after all. Understood. Let's assemble here again about 10 minutes later. As I explained that through some gestures. Swiftly, Nana-chan gestures a bow. It's a sign of agreement, since it's hard to hear. Nana-chan's attire and pose suited too well to her to the point where I ended up smiling. And then turning away from us, Nana-chan disappears into the crowd, still holding the stuffed toy in her arms. I see her small body off for a while. The time Chisai Kami-sama that watches over us in the Yoru, our town, our machi. She probably cannot go outside the densha. Nana-chan is always living in the densha, in the grounds at Yorotsuki Jinja at Yoru. But this station is different. She can freely move in here. This is the final destination of all dreams, the place to convert all sorts of absurdities into common sense. That's why, for an unrealistic existence like her, she attains temporary freedom in this ambiguous place. Right. She can not only move outside and here freely, but she can also shop if she wanted. Unfortunately, her first and favorite junk food, couple men, are not sold here. Alright, we should go as well. Saying that, I find that my ears have gotten quite used to the noise now. I can understand each other even without having to talk unnaturally loud. Where are the Tegami? Who was holding them? Was it me?
ここにあるよ。
Toya, who nodded, had the Tegami. They are the negai that we collected from various yume. And after carefully pulling them out from her rucksack, she carefully puts them back in.
そのリュック、すごいね。何でも入ってるんだね。
Haru admires how great the bag is.
何でもじゃないよ。でもね、リュックの口を通る大きさのものなら、何でもいっぱい無限に持ち運べるんだよ。
Amazing, right? Toya says with pride. It's Onechan's handmade magic. By the way, I just realized something. Where is Toya still connected to? This doesn't make sense considering the anatomy of something, right? Yeah, something feels wrong. Anyway. I also know difficult words like Mugen. She says again proudly. I lend my hand to both of them. Let's hold hands so we don't get lost. Come on, take this hand, Toya. Haru, take this one. So they agree, but obviously for Harry, that's something. But for Toya, she's a kid, so she doesn't think too much about it. Haru was somewhat perplexed. Seeing that, I say, they're not dirty.
そんな違うよ。そんなひどいこと思ってないよ。
Instead of holding my hand tight, she shuts her eyes tight first, and then timidly reaches out for my hand, then held it tight. As she did. She wants to get used to that, huh? She then grinned weirdly. Just as Kikaku, I guess. Enticed by the smile, I laughed
こ
awkwardly.
の前の夜には抱きかかえられちゃったから、ちょっとその時のこと思い出しちゃって。この前？
What happened, Toya asked. I respond, no, nothing. Then held Haru's and Toya's hand. And then we continued into the noisy station. Leaving the platform behind, we reached the area lined with shops. Restaurants, bookstores, variety stores, flower shops, all kinds of shops were there. At the corner of the passage is an orchestra of Neko, with string instruments like the cello, violin, as the main. Graceful music, uninterrupted background music is being played. Looking up, I figured that this is the first floor. The platform area was a hall, but this place has many floors, going up and higher, like a massive shopping mall. The second floor seems to be a residential area. The kodomo are running around the safety railings. Laundry is hung on the ropes joining the opposite sides of the passage. Many of those ropes were put up. Third floor is the entertainment area. Fourth floor is the night shopping area, literally. Fifth floor is the restaurant area. And it continues higher. But it's difficult to see from down here, and I cannot figure what's above the fifth floor. This one building itself is just like a giant town on its own. It's not just Neko walking on two legs that live here. Every light that reached in their town and in their time are spending their time until their scheduled trains arrive. The hallway lined up with shops, regardless of the night. No, probably it's because it's Yoru, was not as loud as a platform but still lively. They would buy things with gold and silver coins, or incidentally stop in their tracks to listen to the orchestra.
アイスクリーム屋さんがあるよ。美味しそう。
Seeing Toya hold her fingers, I say, didn't you just eat Cuppleman a while ago while laughing? That's where the people of this place. We just have to endure it. Let's pester Asahi-san when we get home for a snack or two. They are searching something in here to take into their future. Mirai. There are many Mirai they can choose. Often, heaven or hell, or reincarnating as a new person. Of course, not just as a human, but as other beings like plants or insects, or even in places where the sun only shines for a while. Also, reincarnating as a character from the stories written in the minds of people called writers. They could be the friend of the enemy, the protagonist, some mob, or more. For those tired of living, they can also put their soul in a warehouse for rest. They have to board a train that goes to that place, but choosing their destination is not completely up to them. They have to buy a ticket. Every destination has its respective price. I don't know if this is obvious, but the destination that corresponds closer to what they want to be has a higher price. The currency here is experience graved in the soul. At the small exchange counter set up here and there, you can exchange them for gold and silver coins. Happy memories turn into gold coins. Painful memories turn to silver coins. The way you live their current life decides how many yurai you can choose. A ticket is expensive. You cannot go wherever you want with just 1 or 2 gold coins. The more experience you have, the further you can go. But of course, that's different from the experience in human society, not measured by human standards, like marrying early, having kids, or working at a good place. Also, tickets are not the only thing you can buy here. You can also buy mental or physical traits such as talent, or sensitivity, or personality. Tatoeba, if you wish to be a skilled man at baseball in your next life, then you can buy that talent from that sports equipment shop. If you wish to be a good batter, then buy a bat. For a pitcher, buy a ball. If you want to get good at defense, then the glove as well. Of course, there's expensive ones, and then there's cheap ones as well. A more expensive one will bring just as high level of talent in your soul. How should I put this? Saying this might spoil the mood, but almost feels like New Game Plus. Yeah. That's somewhat different.
強くてニュー
Seeing Toya tilt her head, I respond, it's nothing. Sorry, I was just talking to myself, with a bitter smile.
何ニューあエッチな話
What? Nude? Oh, it sounds like nude. Wait, what the fuck? What do you think of something etchy right now? Seeing Haru cover her mouth in surprise and open her eyes wide, I said, no, why would it be that way? With a glare. In any case, to get good at drawing, you buy talent for drawing. To get good at singing, you buy talent for singing. For a strong immune system, buy health. If you want a heart kinder than anyone else, then that heart itself. They're all sold at shops that are lined up. That's why you cannot use all your coins just for choosing your destination. However, most of the shop owners are neko. They like silver coins more than gold ones. Sumari, neko enjoy painful feelings of humans. They exchange silver coins for tasty desserts. Desserts that entice them forever, more than catnip. By using up all your silver coins, you can step out into your next life, without leaving any pessimistic thoughts or memories. Gold coins for the ticket. Silver coins for talent. In most cases, it ends up like that. Safe to say that buying skillfully in here can determine the value of your next life. After walking for a while, looking at various shops, we reach our destination. We find one exchange counter. It is a small rectangular box, shaped like a telephone booth. Around the center, there is a stand in front of the small window for putting the thing you want to submit. And on its back, a door is there, big enough for Neko walking on their feet. Anyhow, it was a very plain box. These are placed all around the station. Toya, can you get the letters?
これ
I put the bundle of letters, Tegami, that I received from Toya on the stand in front of the small window. As I do, a cat's paw, the 4 paws, has had the fur of an orange tabby, swiftly took the letters, Tegami. Exchanging experience is not just for beings that reach the end of their lives. The hearts of people worrying right now can do the same. I want to buy talent, not a ticket, so I want to turn them all into silver coins, but... As I say that, with a crash, an iron threshold-like shutter fell down to the small window. On there was written, Processing. Please wait. Please wait. Please wait. Yes, not wait, but wait. Oh, it's deliberate? What the fuck? Must have been made while they were still not comfortable with the words. I wonder if they had noticed the typo. Even if they do, they're Neko, who easily get annoyed. They're probably too lazy to fix it. While thinking such pointless things, I wait for a while. Noises come from the box. I don't know what is going on in there, but the window opened in less than a minute, and then a plate for silver animals came out and had a heap of silver coins. About 58 coins in total. Huh? After the three of us complete counting, something else fell through the window shutter. And there was written, "You can't complain." Probably means they don't take returns. I stared at exchanged silver coins. By having this much, I can buy a talent of considerably high purity. People like us who bring their physical bodies in here can buy talents, feelings, or certain sensitivities and return to the real world. If I could freely buy as much talent that I wanted from here, then exactly what kind of person would I become? I know what that is, even without questioning it. But it's not enough. That is far too less to get that.
Taiga,
What happened? Toya tilts her head.
何かあったの?
You okay? Haru says with a worried look. No, sorry, it's nothing. Just that.
ただ
Well, it's just that I was thinking that I could buy enough luck and talent to never lose in card games with this much. That's all I was thinking. Responding with that to Haru and Toya pout.
ダメだよ絶対。タイガ、私に負けちゃったのが悔しいのはとってもわかるけどね。
Toya puffed her cheek with pride. She was that happy from finally winning against me. Yeah, that's true, I know. I really do, you know. I told you, I know. I tried deceiving with those words, but for some reason, I had very small, slight feeling that I will definitely not lose the next match. Well, putting that aside, I'll put the one I want myself to be aside for some other day. I wonder if that day will ever come. For now, I'll try to not think about it. That's why right now, granting wishes that we collected tonight from the Yume is our top priority, right? I wish to sing well in tomorrow's song recital. We turn the thoughts put into the letter into silver coins. With them, we will buy talent for singing, and then return it back to the sleeping girl's dream, who wished for it. But of course, just because we do that doesn't mean she will get good at singing in a day. No matter how much singing talent you buy, you won't be able to shine that talent to its brightest without continuous efforts from the person themselves. And just because someone gets singing talent doesn't mean that it is perfectly suited for them. That too is reliant on the troublesome, very, very troublesome factor called effort. Liking to sing enough that you wisely put in the efforts to grow your talents is again a different thing. Talents that are not put to use by various factors and reasons fade away. They wither away in the people. Even if not something to get sad about. It's not something to regret either. It's just that it was simply not needed for them. Just having the courage to overcome this trivial problem called tomorrow is enough. They would have done their duty more than well enough. The Neko that put together such a maho, I believe there's no objection in saying that, probably showed no complaints either. Such a little experience can again grow into hearts that the Neko like after all. Okay, let's start with the singing talent. Where was the music store again? Let's hurry. We still have the work of returning the bought items back to their Yume.
お歌の才能は楽器屋さんじゃなくてレコード屋さんなんじゃないかな。楽しい歌が録音されてるレコードを買うの多分だけどどうかな。ちょっと難しいかもだね。慎重に選ばないといけないのかな。
Well, I might get someone angry for saying this, but it's fine as long as you can get through tomorrow's recital. It doesn't have to be that exaggerated. We bought not just singing talent, but also many others, according to the details of the letter, Tegami, with the coins we exchanged and traveled around. We completely used up all the silver coins. The modest wish put in the collected letter will definitely be granted now. The rest is all up to the girl herself, though.
まさかまさかこんなところで算数のお勉強させられるなんて思ってなかったよ。
Oh, yes, grumbling.
釣りの計算とか難しいよ。両手の指の数よりたくさんなんだもん。
No, no, no. The three of us calculated it, right? I didn't pull all the calculation onto her, but
そんなことないもん。考えすぎて頭がズキズキしちゃうよ。
man, that's so cute, Toya. Toya slowly looks at me with upturned eyes.
疲れちゃった頭にはね、甘いものがいいんだって。お姉ちゃん言ってた。
Really? Is that so?
そう。だからね、タイが。あのね、アイスクリームとか買ってくれないかなって。
Fair enough. If that's all you wish for, then there's no problem.
本当？
Yeah, let's buy 2 or 3. You helped me multiple times tonight, after all. But it will be outside the Yodo, okay? She even saved my life. Well, this much of an reward would be given even by Asai-san, who is usually against Toya stacking. I did it. She jumps around. Her cat ears pop out. Wait, her ears already popped out. What are you seeing? Seeing Toya like that makes me somewhat worried. Hey, little girl, I'll give you ame and ice. Come here for a bit. Come to Oji-san's house. Don't be afraid. I'm kind. It'll be fine. Trust me. What the hell is he thinking right now? They would say. There are many weirdos among people. I hope she doesn't follow such weirdos for free sweets. Are you thinking about sex offenders right now? Toya, I'm worried. She becomes confused.
不安？どうして？
The word, in a sense, was written all over her eyes. Hey, don't you think the same, Haru? It's dangerous to leave her alone.
よくわからないけど、そうかもだね。大河君の不安、わからないでもないかも。
This is a weird situation to be thinking about that. Does he mean he's so self-doubting of himself that he thinks he has the potential to become a pedophile and do something with her? What the fuck is this? Why is he thinking this right now? I mean, context matters here. What the fuck is he thinking right now? Haru puts up a bitter smile.
私がちょっと変な男の子だったら我慢できずにいろいろといたずらしてるかもしれないよ。
You know, that's my concern. Why are they thinking about weird men right now? I mean, I don't know. I mean, Toya is probably thinking about the context of right now. She's interacting with like someone she trusts, right? So why would she start thinking? Unless it must be a cultural thing that if someone is too accepting, it might be seen as. I have no idea what the hell. Why are they thinking this right now? Listen, Toya.
何？
Never follow strangers. Look, if Haru was some weird man, then by now you'd be... Yeah, it would be terrible. It might be a calamity.
大変なことって。へー。
Toya blinked her eyes in surprise and tilted her head.
でも大丈夫だよ。きっと平気だって思うな。
Oh? Why do you think so?
だってタイガはちょっと変な男の子だよ。でも私まだ大変なことになっていないよ。だからきっと平気なんだよ。
You know, I feel like whatever Taiga is thinking, it's so insulting to Toya. Toya's like capable of thinking for herself, you know, even if she's a child. You know? He's randomly thinking about some weird guy right now. What the fuck is he doing? Well, yeah, you're right. You're fundamentally shy after all. Toya, you're such a kusugaki to me though. I grab her nose with my fingers.
何そ
She was about to cry. Her cat ears also dropped down. She shows her lively self to me, so I end up forgetting this. But right, she is a strong, vigilant child. She should be fine. Probably. I'll put it off like that. This is weird. I don't know why you have to think about this right now. Is it a cultural thing that if you see someone who's acting so accepting, it should be seen as negative? I guess that's I can't tell if it's a cultural thing or it's just weird writing right now. Let's go back. Nana-chan is waiting. I did say we will assemble back in 10 minutes, but it took longer than expected. We return toward Densha. As I do, the stuffed toy that Nana-chan was holding was about to take the train to its midnight.
あの子が選んだ次は魂の倉庫だよ。
Nana-chan muttered, the soul warehouse. She chose to fall into a deep, long slumber in there. No, saying that she chose might be the wrong way to put
あ
it.
の子は人の心の中に芽生えた悪い夢だから命はないんだ。だからあの子の全部を捧げても魂の倉庫だなんて静かで寂しい。
Wait,
そんな場所にたどり着くための切符しか買うことができなかった。
wait. Maybe the bad train can choose another destination aside from the warehouse. You know what I mean? Or maybe... I don't know, man.
それでもこうして自分が消えれば自分を生んだ自分の持ち主がほんの少しでも笑顔になれるならいいと。
Along with the bells ringing, signals the train's departure. At the sounds of the door closing, Nana-chan's voice drowns out. As she said, the stuffed toy is not a life form. It is only the kokoro that sprouts in someone's life. But at times, that kokoro gains an independent-like ego in the Yoro no Kuni. They are worrisome. That being and ends up attacking the heart of their possessor themselves. They simply exist there, capable of killing their owners. Unable to bear the suffering, the owners might commit suicide as well. The job of the Maho Shoujo is to remove that kokoro of darkness. Yami no kokoro. Having an ego before that happens. Rumors say that other towns also have people doing similar work in the Yoru. The people working in the other towns are probably not called Maho Shoujo. That's just the name Asahi-san, the Mahotsukai, with the Yoru Osanzen as her base, named them on her own accord. Well, putting that aside for now. The girls working in other towns eliminate the painful emotions within the hearts of the people, not neutralizing them, but completely killing them off. And so they protect the lives, owning the Yami no Kokoro, having ego. I won't be debating whether that is right or wrong though. I refuse to say vulgar things like it's too cruel for them, or it's bad to bully the weak, pretending that I understand, with pride and contempt. Each have their own way of living. They must have their own circumstances. It is because we respect our way of living that we don't eliminate the removed Akumu. Instead, we bring them along. Nana-chan says, Akumu take the anxieties, concerns, and fears of their owners themselves. And for long, they have been suffering alone in their heart of darkness. Even then, labeling them as bad is very sad and very lonely for them. That's why I wish for the Akumu that were in pain all the time to at least have some fun in their final night. With that wish, whenever Nana-chan brings Akumu into the station, she travels around Yoru in her Densha. I wish for this Akumu, who only knows suffering, to know that there are also fun things in this world if you search for them, she once said. I wish to sympathize with her feelings, It is because of this Nagai that I try to help her like this as much as possible. The bell rings again. I search for the stuffed toy behind the window. In the densha, I could only see the figures of people putting their bags on their overhead racks. Must be some broad talent, and people searching for vacant seats. It departs. With this, I won't be able to bid farewell. We shouldn't be having any reasons to hold special feelings for the stuffed toy. Even then, wishing to say goodbye shouldn't be a bad thing either.
あそこ
Haru pulls my hand. I found her at a distant window. The way it's standing, the teddy bear is practically stuck to the window. It's waving its hands towards us. It looks like a scene from an anime, just something in the yume. The bell resounds again, one last time, and then after blowing steam like heavy fog, the black painted steam locomotive starts to leave.
バイバイまたね
Toya waved her hand to the stuffed toy.
Oh.
Nana-chan says nothing. She only sees it off. Haru does the same. After quietly seeing the train go far off until it disappeared, she said,
あの子笑ってたよねきっと
Since it's a stuffed toy, you cannot read its emotions. But I thought that was fine. No. Is it really?
大河
Huh? Nana-chan calls my name and I get startled. My voice suddenly cracks. However, not being bothered by it, or maybe not even noticing it, she proceeded to say,
あの子から手紙をもらったよ
Tegami? It seems that the stuffed toy wrote a tegami in the densha that ran in the midnight and gave it to her before we came back. Seeing us collect nagai in the yoru, the stuffed toy also thought writing a tegami to us. The following was written in there. I am a bad yume that can only produce bitter, painful feelings. That's why it's better for me to disappear. Even if I die, the fact that my owner's parents abandoned her doesn't change, but even then, if I can make my owner smile more with my death, even just a bit, then I'm sorry for doing many reckless things, but it seems that it would be better for me to disappear. But Kami-sama. It was only for a short while, but I was happy that you took someone like me along. The worlds that I went through with the Kami-sama and you, all together in the densha, were bright and dazzling. There were many of them. Thank you, Chisai Kami-sama. My dear Kami-sama. I'm very sad that I cannot express it well. Thanks for being kind to such a bad person like me. Because of you, I will definitely be able to have good dreams, no matter where I go. That was written. Kami-sama, tonight was the first time in my life where I felt happy. It seems she doesn't know what expression to make. Nana-chan was looking up at me with mixed feelings. In silence, I patted her head, making sure that her hat didn't fall off. She let me pat her while she was tightly holding her hat with her hands. Let's go back. We still have work remaining, right? Looking somewhat listless, I pulled her hand. We board the densha and leave the giant station behind, where all lives and hearts arrive at their end. The terminus of time, where all beautiful things in the world gather. I gaze at that massive place, going further away from the train's window. It's fine, even if it's just for a while. I want the kind heart of someone. Thinking that, I dropped the shutter of the window. It'll be morning soon. The full moon floating in the Yoru was about to go under the horizon. It is just before dawn. It is also the time of the Yoru when it becomes its darkest. We collected 8 tegami tonight. We also brought exactly 8 things at the terminus of time. We distributed the bought talents to their respective dreams. In the end remained that wish, Nagai, about the girl who wished to sing well in her recital. We bought the talent of Yuki from the terminus of time into her dream. We thought that it's not singing talent that she needs, but Yuki. Haru, Toya, and I, the three of us, decided on it. A small but major problem standing in the way of her tomorrow. We hope that after overcoming the recital, she can take a step forward to tell her feelings to the one she loves. We are on the route that the Densha stopped in the Yume above this Umi. Haru and I climbed onto the route together, and then flew a paper plane in her dream towards the moon in the night sky. That is Yuki. It was a paper plane made out of just one sheet of golden origami paper that we bought at the terminus of time. Good thing it's not a rainbow origami paper. I would have straight up broke down here, man. Anyway, while gazing at it slowly flying into the night sky, Haru said,
もうあの子は目的の場所にたどり着けたのかな。
I wonder. Shaking my head, I respond. Nana-chan said the stuffed toy is headed to the Seoul warehouse, but I have never gone there myself. That's why I don't really know how far that place is from the Ekimai.
そっか。
Haru says as if to whisper, and then for a while she gazed the night sky with her lips shut.
ねえ、大河くん。
What is it?
あの子はどうして生まれてきたのかな。
Haru gently presses her chest.
私の中にもあの子みたいな心が育ってるのかもしれないのかな。どうしようもない私が、見えっ張りな私がかっこつけちゃうその度にドキドキ胸が痛いのも、私の中の誰かが夜の中でドキドキ痛い気持ちを肩代わりしてくれてたりするのかな。
I'm being born only to feel pain. That is far too cruel. Even if that was not a being, but just a part of the heart. The stuffed toy.
うん。
The stuffed toy. Yeah, the stuffed toy's owner hated herself for not being treated kindly by her parents, for not being accepted, for not being loved. She found it painful to be herself. That's why she found it difficult to get along with herself in the future. With that, she thought that it would be far better to die instead.
そう思ったからあの子が生まれた。だからあの子の持ち主は自殺してしまいたいと思った。
She tried to get run over by the bus that her otosan drives. Then gained life in the Yoru no Kuni, where everything imagined takes shape, and made her suffer severely.
その人がその苦しみに耐えきれず自殺してしまわないよう、私たちは、小さかったあの頃の私たちは夜の中で戦っていた。
Yeah, it's a Maho Shoujo's job. You young ones once ran around the Yoru to save people who hated themselves from their hearts, from their akumu.
そっか。
Haru nodded.
私たちは何も知らずに魔法少女をしてたんだね。
Or maybe it's just that we might not be able to remember anymore. Hearing Haru say that, I showed a bitter smile. Well, in the first place, Maho Shoujo is a name that our Mahotsukai Asahi-san simply decided to use on her own, right?
そうだったね。
Haru smiles. Haru?
うん。
Did something happen? Are you by chance not feeling well? You seem to be acting strange, Haru.
え、
She looks a little confused, but after a small nod, she said,
私、みんなと会うのが少し怖い。 そんな自分が確かにいるの。心の中に。
Haru will be transferring to our school tomorrow. Moreover, from the info that Tomohito acquired, she is in the same class as us. Of course, man. Of course that will happen.
シワちゃんやひよりちゃんや、それにともひとくん、みんな私のこと覚えててくれるかな。昔みたいに仲良くしてくれるかな。私はちゃんとみんなに嫌われないような私でいられるのかな。
These thoughts grow bigger and bigger every day, continuing to prickle, biting away at the softer parts of my heart.
こんなのはあの子に比べたらほんの些細なものだよね。悩みと呼んでしまうのもおこがましいのかもしれない。だけど明日のことを考えるとダメなんだよ。胸がドキドキして痛いよ。今すぐどこかに逃げ出してしまいたい。それが今私の中にある問題なのかもしれない。みんなと私、その関係の中にある悩みなのかもしれない。
10年前。Hiragi Haru was our leader. She always pulled us forward and ahead with a smile. However, that wasn't all true. Her real self was far more shy than others, but she couldn't help trying to look good in front of others. She is a show-off. That's why she always tries to smile forcibly. I don't know why, but now, even back then, she showed her true self only to me, just like this. For some reason, she confesses these things sunk into the bottom of her heart only to me. This has not changed. She grew taller, even cuter than before. Many things about her have changed, but her heart has never changed. She is a cute, showy girl as always. Her heart is always throbbing with pain from the inside, anxious and worried, always shaking. No, we might not even have seen her real smile even once. That was Haru's other secret.
私は、大河君は知っててくれてると思うけど、バカみたいに、鬱陶しいくらいに、本当は恥ずかしがり屋で、人見知り。だから。
She faces down, tightly shuts her eyes, and after gripping her hands, she says,
明日のことを思うと、胸が痛いよ。ドキドキして、ズキズキして、本当に逃げ出してしまいたい。初めての場所に行くときはいつもそうなの。明日なんて来なければいいって思うんだよ。この痛みは私の中で私を苦しめる別の私がいるからなのかな。夜の国が嫌な私を形にしてるってことなのかな。
Haru was showing a bitter smile, similar to that of the stuffed toy. There are no Mao shoujo in our town anymore. That's why Nana-chan is standing in, all by herself. At times, I am helping her out. Whenever she finds a child who is always anxious, tormented by their hated selves, unable to find courage, she takes them around Yoru, like tonight, showing many happy dreams to those feeling pain. I believe that she is praying for them to become at least slightly more happier than before. All of the people living in Sanzen, not limited to children or adults, must have boarded Nana-chan's train inside their dreams at least once. However, there's probably no one who remembers that happened in those dreams. Nana-chan thinks that it's fine. She thinks that it's fine for them to throw away all the unpleasant things they are burdened with in the time of the sun, to the pitch dark Yoru. Even on hopeless, unpleasant days, they sometimes feel refreshed after going to sleep earlier than usual. When that happens, in most cases, Nana-chan takes them on a trip on her train, taking them around the bright, sparkling Yoru, that's for sure. But well, she would probably say that it's not the case. The Chisai Kami-sama of our town is shy, or rather sulky. In any case, it is difficult to deal with her. She is not honest. Our dishonest Kami-sama took out Akumu around the Yoru this time. That was one of tonight's objectives. It would have ended quickly if it was just about sending the stuffed toy to the terminus in time. The reason she brought us out on a trip in the Yoru tonight was probably because there was someone else that Nana-chan wanted to bring into the Yoru. Haru? It's not just a stuffed toy that Nana-chan wanted to take around. She also wanted to take you around, surely.
私も一緒に
Yeah, Haru. You said that you were afraid of tomorrow, but Nana-chan probably knows all of your words and feelings, some way or the other. That's why I'm thinking she wanted to take you around the Yoru to many dreams, together with her stuffed toy. Nana-chan is also shy. Unusually, she played trampu with us, probably trying to force herself through that. She is probably trying to say that it's fine to abandon your thoughts of I wish tomorrow goes well tonight. Even if not that, she probably wishes for you to feel better. Our Kami-sama is probably thinking that way. Although I'm thinking on my own that it would be great if that's the case. Haru was blinking her eyes in surprise, and then she presses her chest gently once again.
ねえ大河くん今はこうして大河くんがそばにいてくれるけどでも明日は転校生として私一人でいろいろ頑張らなきゃならない
I know. I'm supporting you, but I can't directly help you. You have to put in your own effort.
どうかな私明日はちゃんとうまくできるかな
Let's see. Well, this might sound irresponsible, but you'll be fine.
そうかな
Yeah, definitely.
絶対なの
Ah, zettai ni? I laugh. After all, you have a kami-sama that wishes to be treated kindly by you. And also,
それに
yeah, sore ni? About the girl that our cute Chichai kami-sama might have wanted to save. She wouldn't just casually say, well, do your best, and leave her alone, right? That's why I say, Dakara, Haru, let's do our best tomorrow.
一緒に
Ah, ishoni. Let's do our best tomorrow so that the Tenkose will be able to smile just like you did 10 years ago, and also behave well in front of everyone.
例えばどんな風に
Seeing Haru tilt her head, I say, I wonder how, while folding my hands. Tatoeba, if you are anxious on your own, then I'll become a Tenkose as well.
そんなの無理だよ多分
Well then, Sate, I'll make some uproar until you reach the classroom. I'll make it the wrong mood to welcome a Tenkose.
あどんな騒ぎなの
I'll try pressing Hiyori with, I do actually like girls. I'm not having some strange relation with Tomohito or something like that.
何それどういうことなの
Haru laughed with an amazed expression, but then she opened her eyes wide, as if she noticed something.
もしかして大河くん
Oh wait, she doesn't know yet? Oh, okay. Yeah, what?
もしかして私と大河くんは同じクラスなの
Oh, she doesn't know. It seems so. That's what I heard. Although some Tenkose other than you is also coming tomorrow, then it might be difficult to tell.
そっかそうなんだ大河くんと同じクラスなんだ
Whispering that, Haru looked down. The smile on her face until now turned stiffer. Haru. I call her name. However, she doesn't reply. I become somewhat worried. By the time I try to call her name again,
おかしい
Haru said,
なんだか変だねなんだか私明日のことが明日からのことが少しだけ楽しみになってきたかもしれないよ
Okay, that's all she needed. She just needed the reassurance that she'll be hanging out with them. Raising her face, she smiled. It was like an embarrassed smile.
私って簡単な子だよね。こんな風に思えるのも、もしかしたらナナちゃんが元気をくれたおかげなのかな。
Then, as if trying to mend her complicated inner feelings, she continued and said,
今夜はいろいろなことがあったよね。
Ah, you're right.
4人でトランプしてみたり、
We traveled across many yume, searching for tegami.
タイガくんが大きなサメに食べられちゃいそうになったり。
Would you please forget about it?
忘れないよ、絶対。
That's hidoy, as I said, that while pouting. Haru said this with a smile.
今夜タイガくんとトウヤと、そしてナナちゃんやあの子と一緒に冒険したことを忘れず覚えていられたら、きっとね。明日はきっとなんだかいい日になりそう、そんな気がするんだよ。
And then she bashfully says, and stands up. Then she swung her hand far, throwing something towards the night sky. However, there was nothing over there. Only the expansive, dazzling night sky was to be found.
弱気な自分を投げちゃうイメージで？
Seeing me tilt my head, Haru turned towards me with a bitter smile. I gazed at the night sky. I wonder where will her invisible weak self go. I couldn't even tell if I thought of that myself. Regardless, I looked at the night sky. How do you say night sky in Japanese? Yoru no sora? Actually, let me search that really quick. Yosora. Okay. Yozora. Okay, Yozora. Okay. They also shortcut that. Okay, Yozora. How to raise a small voice. Something jumped up from far beyond the sea. With blue sea spray all over, jumping through the sky was a huge shark. It was eating memories wanting to be forgotten in the Yume. It also tried to eat me. It's that thing. The shark jumped high into the Yoru sky. Yozora. Slowly traced an arc, projecting its huge body like a silhouette onto a full moon that was faintly lighting the darkness. Splashing loudly all over, it landed. It returned to the Umi. We were gazing at that sight, and then Haru pointed a finger and said, "Did it?"
もしかして私の弱気食べてくれたのかな。
That might be it. It wouldn't be bad if that was true. Thinking that, I felt relaxed somewhere within myself. Drops and drops. Rain falls. Then suddenly it starts to rain harder. Hoi! Not just raining hard, it became a downpour.
びしゃびしゃだよ。
We had climbed up onto the roof of the densha. We quickly decided to return inside the densha.
二人とも早く戻って。
The window right below us opens, and Nana-chan peeks out, saying that.
また波が来るよ。急いで帰ろう。飲み込まれたりしたら大変だ。
It seems that this rain, Ami, was the spray of water that the shark splashed. Think that it would reach this far. It's the Yoru after all. This is a Yume. We quickly returned to the densha. The densha started running just as we reached our seats, each heading to their own dawn, each heading to their respective beds to dream. The inside of the densha is almost like a pleasant cradle. Haru then turned to Nana-chan.
今夜はありがとう。すっごく楽しかったよ。
And said that.
別に春からお礼を言われることなんて何もない。
She replies. After saying something like, "My cute little friend," She turns away. I see that exchange between the two till the end.
私もお手紙書いて枕の下に置いて眠ったら。ねえ、ナナちゃん。私のお願いも叶えてくれるのかな？もう。うん。場合によっては、そういうこともあるかもしれない。
While listening to their joyful conversation, I shut my eyes to sleep alone for a while. Yeah, how does that work? If you sleep in the land of dreams, you sleep in the Yoru no Kuni, so your dream goes shopping. I guess that's implied. That's how it works. Anyway, we return to the Yume no Nedoko. Tonight we spent a lot of time in the Yume. No one could Yoru. No one could hide their fatigue. Even Toya, who is usually eager to play, on returning said,
二人ともおやすみなさい。
slowly bowed her head.
眠たくっても疲れちゃってても歯磨き忘れちゃダメなんだよ。これはね、いい子のお約束なんだよ。
Saying that with her unsteady sleepy head, she went towards One-chan's room. Haru and I look at each other with bitter smiles. Haru, did you brush your teeth yet?
朝日さんが新しい歯ブラシをくれたから。
Wait, you're giving me the impression you're also living here now as well, instead of the facility. She was smiling wide, showing her white teeth. Ah, I see.
そうなんだよ。寝る準備はバッチリなんだよ。
Haru nods.
今夜は私も一緒にお泊まりなんだね。施設には外出届も出してるし、そこら辺はバッチリだよ。だけど、なんだかちょっとだけ不思議な気分。
Okay, that explains it. And I guess the facility is cool about that. I mean, I was given the impression that Taiga, when he lived in the facility, was like a shithole experience. I don't know, man. Thinking that she was smiling shyly, she squirms. Oyasumi, Haru. Mata ashita.
こちらこそお休みだよ。大河くん、また明日だね。いい夢見れたら素敵だね。
We just saw a dreamlike dream inside the dream well back though.
なーにそれ。眠たい頭の中がこんがらがってふわふわしちゃいそうだよ。
This is an inception moment, not gonna lie. With just those words, I wave my hand and part with Haru.
これからも改めてよろしくね、大河くん。明日からは転校生として、同級生として、また仲良しな幼馴染として、いろいろたくさんうまくいくように祈っていてくれたら嬉しいな。
Leaving only those words and parting along with another Oyasumi Taiga-kun and a smile. Haru entered the room where Toya and Asahi-san slept. Seeing Haru from behind, I thought, I see. The three of them will sleep together tonight, huh? I'm alone. What? Were you wishing Haru to sleep in the same room as you? What? Anyway, I'm alone, huh? As if. They say there's a limit to loneliness as well. Mattaku. I say as I shake my head, then enter my room. When lights off, the room was dim. It is filled with the sounds of many clocks, with their hands moving. We spent a lot of time in the Yoru no Kuni tonight as well. Normally, I wouldn't be able to sleep for even 3 hours. That's why I adjusted time tonight as well. I had turned the hour hand at the golden pocket watch hung on the wall for about 4 hours behind. By doing that, a 4-hour-long blank sleep space is simply created in the Yume no Nedoko. The passage of time slows down compared to the world outside. Okay, that's a little confusing because earlier I was given the impression that literally time stops, not it slows down. But I guess it's slowing down makes better sense, and it's a localized effect to the yume no nedoko. You can flat out say that time has stopped as well. Okay. Accordingly, the 4 hours of empty time with the initial 3 hours allows me to secure 7 hours of sleep. Haru also happens to stay here at the Yume no Nedoko tonight. Tomorrow, Ashita is her first day as a Tenkosei. For her, it is an exciting, important event, so it seems. Definitely not an easy event, considering that she will have insufficient sleep, and also knowing that she is actually extremely shy. Speaking of 10 hours of sleep, I'm gonna end soon. I'm just gonna end the scene. Whether those are issues or not, tonight we spent too much time in the Yoru as a fact. Either way, I had to extend my sleep so as to not feel fatigued tomorrow. I'll sleep under the same roof as Haru tonight, huh? I guess he really wanted. He was hoping Haru would also sleep in the same room as they do. That my weeb. That's not how it works. Until her route, I guess. I started thinking. Saying it out loud makes it sound like a sign of an exciting event starting, but it isn't. It's too late, like I said. We spent too much time in the Yoru no Kuni tonight. Time, endurance, and even my emotional strength were worn down this night. Nothing exciting will happen anymore. I will only wait until morning comes quietly. That's good. I'm fine with that. I turn over in my bed. It seems that Asai-san dried my futon in the daytime. It was soft, fluffy, and had the scent of the thigh. Full of fatigue, my body feels warm and pleasant. In reality, this is usually enough to fall into a gentle sleep, but goosebumps. Something sprouted inside my heart. I sigh. Mataka. A sleepless night. A painful to sleep night. The usual night. I have overused my heart and body today. There's no way I wouldn't be fatigued. Even then, the reason I cannot sleep tonight is... I knew it all along. It was clear to me even if I didn't think about it. What I'm remembering about is tonight's events. I'm questioning myself about tonight's Oyasumi. Doing that as the time went on, with the tick-tocks of the clocks. I really thought that I should be hated. More, and even more as a person. The cell phone rings. I got startled. The denwa continues ringing. As the sound continued, my nightly thoughts were cleanly, easily, and completely disconnected. I quickly grabbed the denwa next to my pillow. It's the denwa that I always carry with myself. Whether I am inside a yume or whether I am yawning in broad daylight, or whether I keep hating myself unable to sleep. I hold onto it, making sure that I never ever lose it. I press the call button. Moshi moshi, I ask. Kuro, I whisper your name inside my heart. I close my eyes, and I try to remember your face in my eyes. God damn it! Give me a second. I've been fucking up a lot today. Okay, we're gonna reread the stuff we missed out. Wait, let me. Why am I having problems with the controls? I whisper your name inside my heart. I close my eyes. I try to remember your face in my eyes. Your profile gently emerges in the dark colors. You're fidgeting, twirling the fingers of your hands around your waist. Your voice escapes from your lips. Why, I think I had asked. I could clearly think of you whispering those words and even blinking your eyes in surprise. Yeah. I was just thinking about taking out my phone from my pocket. That unnecessary lie spilled out of my mouth, while trying my best to smile, even though Kuro shouldn't be able to see me.
うん。
Silence. I had things to say, but I can't quite say them for some reason. Kuro is restlessly staring at her intertwined fingers, having nothing to do. I was imagining her doing it on my own. What happened? I asked again. Did something happen?
匂いがした。
Huh? Smell.
眠れない子の匂いがしたから。だから、電話をかけてみた。それだけ。それだけだよ。
I see. That's all, huh? I smile involuntarily.
別に、
Hmm?
別に、タイガのことが心配だとか、そんなことを思っていたわけじゃなくて、
Thundeer, huh?
眠れないのは辛いから、楽しい夢を見つけられないのは悲しいから、タイガじゃなくても、誰でもみんな大変だから、だから私は、
I forcibly smiled. That's just like a cliche line a tsundere would say. Sundeer. Sundeer. I thought. I feel like I have heard that one after a long time. Something like that. You rarely see them even in today's fictional works. I wanted to say such frivolous words with a smile cheerfully, but in reality, I end up silent. I wonder how I should reply to your words. No. I'm probably wondering what word should I reply with. I don't know. I ended up knowing nothing. Nothing at all. This world is overflowing with inexplicable things, whether it is your own heart or whether they are the words scattered throughout the world. This time, you...
タイガ、何かあったの？
whispered that to me.
今夜タイガは、列車で夜の向こうに出かけていった。
Yeah, I did. I really talked about tonight's events to Kuro. We collected children's tegami with the help of Nana-chan's densha. We wandered across many nights. Together with the stuffed toy, we cut off from someone's heart, then headed to the terminus of time and parted ways. I also told Kuro the things I talked with Haru on our return.
迷惑だった？
Huh? Meiwaku? Why would you say that?
タイガ、少し元気ない。だからお電話、今夜はしない方が良かったのかな。
It was your usual cold voice. However, there was definitely a tinge of worry in your voice. Surprise? I get surprised. You're different than usual when on the phone. You become just a bit more honest than always. I don't know the reason behind it. It just became so... What? Is that translation correct? Became so someday? What the fuck? Is this something else? I have no idea what the original word for this. Anyway, no. There might be no clear reason after all. The fact that you don't like talking face to face, that you ended up that way, might be the effect of the complication of the shyness inside her, still young. Even then, I would think you talked about many things when I was small, or you would smile at me much more compared to turning away, and so. Those thoughts remain as they are. Nah, Kuro. I call out your name.
何タイガ。
You also called out my name in return. It's already this late at night, but I'd be happy if you listened to me. Just for a while.
話？
はい。
どんな話？
Well, sorry. I told her that it's something like penitence. That being unable to sleep is definitely because of my heart is jam-packed with words on the inside, and they are becoming profoundly heavier.
別に構わない。話を聞くくらいなら。タイガ？
What happened? I heard your I hear your voice.
話があるんじゃなかったのかな。
Yeah, Kuro? I might make you listen to something awfully troubling tonight. Even then, would you mind if I do?
構わない。
She said clearly.
私はそのために電話をかけてる。だから平気。構わない。
So go ahead, talk, she says. Although I don't know what terrible or troublesome things I'm going to hear.
それで今夜の大河が少しでも眠れるようになるのなら、私は構わないんだ。
I try changing my position in bed slightly. It's the beginning of Haru, so one blanket is enough. Not too cold, not too warm. I sink my face into the bed with that realistic feeling and take a deep breath. How was the worst?
どうしてそんなことを思うのかな。
With the help of your voice that softly resounded in the darkness, I imagine your face again. And I nod. Tonight, we sent her raw. The stuffed toy, the child, to the terminus of time. Haru, Toya, Nana-chan, and definitely Asahi-san as well, pitied the stuffed toy. They wished for the happiness of the poor child. But I couldn't do the same. The moment I muttered that, my chest, my heart, turned cold. The words I sprouted felt like ice. That child. I couldn't sympathize any loneliness, sadness, or pain with the stuffed toy. None at all. At the sight of everyone waving their hands at the densha going away, I was growing cold somewhere. She resembled me very well, even more after thinking that. I want to make an excuse. To whom? I don't know. Anyhow, I wanted to patch up things, hence the excuse. Everyone has a Yora in their hearts. It was the same for the stuffed toy's owner. Abandoned by her parents, not loved by anyone, envious of those who could easily attain all the love irresistible to them. Crying that it used to be my home. Gradually, the Yora inside her grew bigger. No matter how much she cried, how much she screamed or prayed that I'm here, it's futile. No one would say it's okay and try gently touch her head and cheeks or her aching stomach. I was in pain, sad, miserable. I wanted to die. That Yora gave rise to one small akumu and one swirling heart. It was the stuffed toy. The stuffed toy was burdened to the shoulder all of her owner's bitter feelings, and she was decaying in loneliness, all by herself in the Yoru. And then she decided to disappear by herself. Everyone shed tears for the stuffed toy, or rather, for the young girl who suffered enough to produce the stuffed toy. Even Nana-chan cried, someone who usually doesn't care about us, who in reality is kinder than anyone, a stubborn kami-sama. However, I am hopeless. My heart, it's different from everyone's. And I can't grieve for a total stranger at all. I cannot act humble for someone who I just met with the other day. No matter what. Not to mention, the person in question is a fragment born from an unknown person. A connection thinner than that of a stranger passing by. My heart might be lacking a cog or two, or maybe more. It is because I lack them that I still cannot perfectly use Maho in the Yora no Kuni. That's because Suzoruku is a Maho that we use. Suzoruku is the heart's power, the heart's color, and the heart's model. The evident proof of its absence always lies in front of me, in the form of my immaturity. Honestly speaking, Kuro, even after I collected the tegami from the post box on the seabed, even when I directly felt someone's wish that lightly escaped, and also, even when everyone were sending the stuffed toy, I did show sadness and sympathy. But in reality, far from crying, I probably wasn't even seriously sad at all. And it's because I have such sludge of a heart that I want you. You all to. I bite my lip. I'm always thinking about myself. I'm not completely hating this side of me. I hate to test myself. And that's why I want to run away from that guy. Of course, that's not possible. That the only way to solve this problem is giving up on my life, isn't it? I cannot say anymore. Not for now. A short silence follows. Tick, tock. Hearing just a clock hurts my ears, even though they are usually faint enough for me to not mind them.
でも
Suddenly, Kuro says,
でもタイガ、知らない子のことを心から心配できないと君は言うけど、自分のことばかりを心配している自分のことが君は嫌いだとそう言うけれど、でもタイガ、君は春のことを本気で気にかけていたように私には思えたよ。
On the return from the terminus of time, Haru and I exchanged some words about our hearts while gazing at the Yozora.
その時のことを実際に見ていられた私じゃないけれど、でも明日を怖がる春に大丈夫だよってタイガはそう言ったんだよね。明日の春が笑顔でいられたらいいなってタイガはそう思ったんだよね。知らない誰かのために本気で悩めなくても大切だと思いたい友達のためなら一緒に一生懸命悩むことができる。今はそれで十分だって私は思うよ。
For now.
そう。今はそれで十分。むしろ上出来だって私はタイガにそう言いたい。
I become speechless. I'm surprised. Really surprised. Whenever she talks on the phone like this, Kuro becomes more honest than usual, but even then, I can feel that we're more talkative tonight. No. I'm honestly happy to be able to talk to Kuro like this. It gives me an indescribable peace of mind. It's because it reminds me about when we were young. When I was much smaller compared to how small you already were. You would offer me a hizamakura in the shaking densha, and I would doze off pleasantly. Suddenly I noticed that your words had cut off. Kuro. As I call your name, I could hear a small Kura? Doshita? Did something happen? I feel anxious. However, Kuro would not respond to my call. She continued to groan. Listening carefully, what I heard was
どうしよう。
a small, very soft murmuring from her.
大変。
Just a few words from her mouth, or her voice. For some reason, my heart burst.
今日はちょっと
An unforeseen, timid voice returns.
ちょっとそのいろいろ
Iroira?
そういろいろと調子に乗って話しすぎてしまったかも。
Her faltering voice fades away. I could feel her gasping. In such voices. And the voice I could hear through the telephone, the denwa. Her cheeks were red. Her eyes were teary. You held my little head in agony, and you were rolling about. Imagining Kuro do all of that, I instantly laughed. I can't help but laugh. Although I don't know if the image of Kuro, her appearance that I imagined behind my eyes, really looked like her. I might be grinning at the inaccurate delusion of mine as I please, but even then, I couldn't help but keep smiling. It sounded like Kuro was glaring at me. Her cute groan suddenly stopped as well.
今笑ってる
Kuro said as if she could sense something.
タイガ今私のこと笑った
No, I didn't.
嘘タイガは嘘ばっかりだ
She
意
sighs.
地悪のタイガは嫌いだな眠れず弱気になってるタイガの方が少しだけ可愛いくらい
Gomen. Honto no gomen. Don't laugh anymore. As I say that while enduring my laughter, Kuro sighs again.
まったくこれじゃあ今夜私の方が眠れなくなってしまいそうテレテレしちゃって
Dere.
恥ずかしいって意味また笑った
How can you tell? It's almost as if you were looking at me from nearby, I say jokingly.
そんなことないない
I was somewhat confused. She might be closer than expected. That's what I think. As I do, mysteriously, I could delude myself into thinking that I might not be alone tonight. I could gently feel my heart getting dimmer. I felt the Yoru scene stuck inside me, dissipating away. Those are the footsteps of drowsiness. Even though there is a problem clinging to my chest, my heart, and my mind, yet unresolved, unable to even get close to an answer. Which is why I was supposed to be groaning, unable to sleep tonight until now. Even so, just by having a laugh with Kuro, that alone, I let out a yawn. I wonder if she really is watching me yawn from somewhere close. With a gentle voice that was like a smile.
おやすみタイガ
Kuro says,
寂しいことがいっぱいの夜は楽しいことだけいっぱいたくさん考えていればいいんだよ
pretending to ignore the sad things, just like how we would count the twinkling stars up in the Yozora together. If you do that, mite.
タイガの夢はタイガの未来はいっぱいのキラキラで色づくよ
Kuro, you smile. I felt so. So I smiled as well. And then, yup, it's because I like to talk to you this keenly that you're right. That I wanted to sozo our wonderful tomorrow. And took a deep breath in my heart. Ashita. A day where you will definitely keep watch over me. It will definitely feel something like this. Fluttering, one petal in total darkness. The pale pink petal dance, lightly and gently. Just that single string scene, as it bursts and disappears, making ripples in the screen of darkness.
タイガくん私やっぱり怖いかも
I heard a voice.
どうしようタイガくん私胸がドキドキ大変だよ
Her wavering, facing voice. Slowly and gradually, little by little. The background that was supposed to be pitch black. The scene, it changes color with a little bit of maho. Covered by the sakura in full bloom, and the blowing petals, halfway on to the long staircase. To the sakura no mori that we two were climbing.
怖い
Looking down, she had closed her eyes shut.
怖いよ大河くん
I asked what's making her scared. Coming to a standstill, she then shakes her head fiercely.
みんなに忘れられてたらどうしようちゃんとお話できなかったらどうしようそう思うとやっぱりすごくとても怖いんだよ
Ashita, I will definitely hold her hand and pull her up the stairs. I will look up the stairs, continuing till the very top. Together with her, Hiragi Haru, the girl who's quite timid. It's okay. I turn to Haru and smile at her. It will be absolutely fine for sure. Hearing my words, Haru smiles clumsily. Anxious and worried, she smiles just with her lips. What should I do to make that smile real? Hiragi Haru. She is an introverted girl. She always tries to smile, but in reality, she is always, all the time, in pain for the palpitations in her heart. However, she is quite cute and stubborn, thinking that she must never let others see through her heart racing, because it is unattractive, and smiling again because it's embarrassing. It is because she only shows me the other side of herself behind her bright side, that part of her heart, that... It's okay. It'll be fine. You don't have to worry. I'm here with you after all. I wish to give her courage with those words. It's okay. Even if you can't use Maho anymore, even if you're no longer special, your days of being young end, and your memories of the special days slowly fade away as well. Instead, anxiety, worries, and loneliness lie ahead. Even if you are enticed to that adult world, even if everyone in the world forgot about you, girls, and your Maho, I will not forget them. I will remember that you girls were braver than anything else. That's why you can do it. If it's you people, you can do anything. You overcame the painful and difficult days until today after all. And in this way, I still want to continue to support her and the girls. Come, shall we go? Everyone's waiting for you, Haru. I then pull her hand, carefully climb each and every stone step, and we get there. Okaeri, expecting those words from everyone.
春が来た
He already said that first, as if that was a sign. Many petals whirled about, blowing across the wind. Closing her eyes for a moment, she timidly opens them.
お弁当にほこりが入っちゃいます
おお大変だ朝日さんが作ってくれたおむすびに花びらが
すごいひらひらでポカポカでふわふわだよお姉ちゃん
そうだな。うん。お昼寝我慢してきてよかったな。
Everyone had gathered there. Surprisingly, Toya and Asai-san as well. We had reached Hiyori's Jinja. This is tomorrow after school. Or maybe we gathered here by sneaking away from school during lunch break. Haru is in full bloom, on the stone-paved grounds covered by the sakura trees. The scenery overflows with the bento and sweets that everyone brought, in the place where we saw the flowers as promised.
ただいま
Haru's tense voice resounded.
ただいま帰りました今日からどうかまたよろしくお願いします
Mumbling and speaking loudly, she bowed with great energy. On seeing her, everyone looked at each other and then laughed. Someone kindly returned her with Okaeri. That's why I turned towards her, Hiragi Haru. Okaeri, Haru. This might sound embarrassing, but today is a special day, Haru. We were always waiting for this day since forever. Thinking about it, I somehow said my Okaeri that I failed to say until today, with the same smile as everyone else. And then, Haru did get surprised on hearing my words, but
ただいま帰りました。
Kiri regains her composure, and suddenly her cheeks get dyed in pink. I knew Haru comes into this town sprawling with warm seasons. Kuro is also peeking her face out from the sakura trees. I suddenly burst out in laughter seeing her. I call her out. As I do suddenly, Kuro pulled her little body close to hide behind me.
チョコ欲しい。
Even more shy than Hiragi Haru, she whispered, so soft that only I could hear.
今日はね、いつもよりとびきり甘いチョコがいい。
Ah, she opens her small mouth and I give her a piece.
おいしい。
She smiles happily.
すごく甘いよ、タイガー。
I smile as well and stare at Kuro, ignoring the many grinning gazes clinging onto us. Ah, this isn't bad. This shouldn't be a bad moment either. It was definitely happy, imagining it all, projecting my desired future onto a dark screen. That is my heart. With that, the world should definitely change, just as I desired, more than I wish for. That is Maho. The Maho of the Yoru that anyone can use. That's why probably the scenery of tomorrow that I peeked at, that I imagined tonight, well, will likely come out at least half true.
Sayonara.
That's why
さよなら。バイバイ。幸せにね。君の未来にたくさんたくさんキラキラの星が降ることを。私はそれだけをいつも思い描いているからね。
my Yoru no Maho, even your catchphrase of saying goodbye, will probably come true one day. I couldn't help but think that. The authority to grant my Kanade Taiga's Maho was given to her, Kuro. At that time, my wish was too stifling to be called a Yume or Kibo. It was more accurate to call it a Akumu.
君なら小さな黒猫の君だよ。大河の相棒だ。大河の友人だ。大河の家族だ。
Why did they call her Kuroneko when she's completely white? What the fuck is going on?
きっ
I know her
と
name's
君な
Kuro.
ら大河の人生にとって最悪になるような願いを受理することは絶対にだ。ありえないだろうと思えるからね。
あ
私なんかよりよっぽどか信頼に足る。
To exaggerate, it was arranged so that I wasn't allowed to select a method to save myself on my own. I want to die the worst death in the worst way possible, so that such a dream wouldn't come true, literally putting me into despair.
君たちの悲しい出来事にその魔法は本当に必要なものなのか、二人でよくよく考えてみてほしい。
I want you two to answer in your own ways. As the Yoru no Mahotsukai said that, she went into the kitchen to prepare a warm dinner for that day. Do you really need that maho for your sorrows? The Yoru no Mahotsukai has likely said similar things to the other children as well. I felt that those words, the Yoru no Mahotsukai, were clearly intended to make us take responsibility for our own lives. Nevertheless, having the authority taken away from me, I felt that I was still too much of a child to bear responsibility for my own life or my own fate. At that time, as expected, I started becoming unhappy with that decision, just like a child.
君の魔法を想像しよう。
You said that and took my hand. You, who were small and would always be beside me, were merely bigger than me back then as a kitten.
これから一緒に君には君の人生には 一体どんな奇跡が必要なのか、どんな未来を思い描くのか、一緒に、二人で一緒に考えていこう。
There's always anxiety in my heart about whether I will be able to successfully complete my objective. A kiseki to completely fend off those anxieties and worries, even though my desire should be clear, even though the sadness that I want to cut off is more certain than anything else. But it is hard to say that I, Kaneda Taiga, had the imagined Sozoruku of a normal person back then. I still don't know exactly what kiseki I am searching for. It's almost as if I don't even have any anticipations.
うん。だから二人で考えるんだよ。
You always held my hand when I was small.
一人で無理ならいつでも二人一緒に。
You gave a small, tiny smile. At that time, I had a hunch that my yume will never be granted. I will probably never get what I sought for. However, I will definitely become one of the most blessed people. Or so it was supposed to be. I'm gonna call it in here. Alright, I hope you guys enjoyed watching, and I'll see you guys on the next upload tomorrow, which is tomorrow. We're doing Yosugama Sora and of course this. Anyway, I'll see you guys. Ciao.